The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the series by Sax Roma. London at midnight. A great city wrapped in a heavy shroud of dense yellow fog. Streetlights, weird as elfin lamps, glow mistily like something fashioned in a dream. The murmur of creeping traffic is low, hushed, mysterious. Behind an ancient wall surrounding unkept lawns, a vast, gloomy old mansion crouches like an evil beast of prey. Amid walls concealed in heavy tapestries, magnificently figured in golden dragons. The floor carpeted with rich, deep-piled Chinese rugs. At a huge dragon-leg table, covered with scintillating globes, cubes, and instruments unknown to Western science, sits that master scientist, that prince of evil, Dr. Fu Manchu. Enveloped in a heavy yellow silk gown, he thoughtfully studies through long, narrowed eyes the glow of the green light of a fashionably gowned, exquisitely beautiful Eurasian woman who stands beyond the table, watching him fearfully. Presently, he nods slowly, leans forward, and...
You have followed my instructions, Caramel?
The message has been delivered to Sir Crichton Davy at number 5, West Spoon Road.
Good. And our friend who believes he can forestall the hand of Dr. Fu Manchu, Mr. Nayland Smith, the detective, what of him? Well?
At this moment, Master, he approaches the house of Dr. James Petrie in Baker Street.
Oh, Dr. Petrie of Baker Street. A fool to be pitied. Then it is time, Caramel, for me to finish my business with Sir Crichton Davy.
Visitors at this time of the night. A body cannot get any sleep in this house. Will?
I beg pardon, ma'am, but is Dr. Petrie in?
And where else would the doctor be at this hour but at home, where us disrespecting people should be? Come in. Wait a moment.
Yes? Come in.
A gentleman to see you, Dr. Petrie.
Oh, yes. What are you saying, Mrs. McGregor?
I said there'd be a gentleman to see you.
What, at this time of the night? Why, it's midnight. Why can't these patients come at the regular hours? Well, show him in.
Will you step in, sir?
Thank you. Why, Nayland. Nayland Smith.
Bit of a surprise, APT, old chap. Didn't expect me, I'll wager.
Anyone but you, old man. I thought you were in Burma. Well, this is a delightful surprise.
Excuse me, Petrie.
What are you doing?
I'm putting out your light.
Oh, what's wrong?
I'm not mad, Petrie. But before you're very many hours older, you'll know I have an excellent cause for caution. Just a second. Good. The one watching from the street. Perhaps I've arrived first this time. It's all right. You may turn on your light now.
What is all the mystery, Nayland? You break into a man's room at midnight
Mystery enough, old chap. But first, a bit of scotch, please.
Oh, neat or soda?
Neat, if you don't mind.
Yeah. There you are.
Thank you.
Now, you're on leave, eh?
Leave? No, Petrie, no such luck. I'm on duty.
In London? You've been transferred home?
A roving commission. Here today and gone tomorrow.
Well, tell me. What's it all about?
First, let me show you something. Wait until I take off my coat. Look at my arm. Ever see a wound like that?
Not exactly. Nasty looking arm, old chap. Quite healed, though. Good job it got you in the fleshy part of the forearm. Appears to have been deeply cauterized.
Right. Very deeply. It had to be. An arrowhead dipped in the venom of a hammer dryad went in there.
A hamadryad?
The most deadly of all eastern reptiles. There's only one treatment. A sharp blade, a match, and a broken cartridge.
Devilish strong treatment. Even then, it's touch and go. An accident?
That's the point. It was not an accident. And at this moment, I'm on the heels of the man who extracted the venom from the snake, prepared the arrow, and caused it to be shot at me.
Oh, you're joking.
Does that wound look like a joke? And that man, unless my calculations are wrong, is now in London.
And you hope to find him?
Petrie, I've traveled from Burma, not in the interest of the British government merely, but of the entire white race. And I honestly believe its survival depends largely on the success of my mission.
Well, sounds rather fantastic, old man.
If it only were fantasy. But I'm wasting time. I came to you because you're the only man I can trust. Aside from my chief, I hope you're the only one who knows I've left Burma.
How can I help you, Nayland? District practitioner is hard as I
must have someone with me all the time, someone I can absolutely trust. It's imperative. Petrie, can you spare a few days to a weird and dangerous business?
Why, of course. My practice doesn't confine me too closely.
Good. Then we start now.
Now? You mean tonight?
Tonight. There's one move we must make immediately. I must warn Sir Crichton Davy.
Crichton Davy? Of the Indian Bureau?
Exactly. He's a doomed man unless he follows my instructions without question, without hesitation. Oh, yes. Better take your pistol. We'll get a taxi at the corner. Come on, Petrie. We must hurry. There isn't a single moment to lose.
Oh, beastly fog. Crichton Davy, eh? Oh, influential man.
One of the political bigwigs, Petrie. And for that very reason, nothing, absolutely nothing can save him if he hesitates to do as I say. Oh, here's a cab. Get in. Number 5, Westbourne Road, as quickly as you can.
The fog, Governor. Take a speed suit. Can't make any speed, sir.
Do the best you can, and there'll be an extra couple of bob in it for you.
Right, sir.
Petrie, I don't know when the blow will fall, nor how, nor from where. Nevertheless, our first duty is to warn him.
You know the criminal, Nayland? Who is he?
The Prince of Evil. The ultimate expression of Oriental cunning. A Superman of incredible genius. A phenomenon such as occurs only once in generations. Had he so willed, he might have revolutionized science. Been the greatest scientist of our day.
Odd how some mental geniuses turn their talents to evil, eh? But who is he? What does he look like?
Imagine a man tall, lean, and feline. High-shouldered, with an expansive brow like Shakespeare, and a face like Satan. A close-shaven skull and long, magnetic eyes of the true cat green. Invest this personality with all the cruel cunning of an Eastern race accumulated in one great intellect, and you have a picture of Dr. Fu Manchu.
Fantastic character, old chap. Fu Manchu. Suggests an assumed name.
Perhaps, perhaps not. However, it's not...
Here you are, Governor. Just down the road there.
Quite a crowd there at the entrance, Nayland. Constables.
Stop here, driver. Wait for us. Come, Petrie.
Keep moving. Don't crowd up here. You can't get in.
What is it, Constable?
Your authority, sir.
Special Inspector, Criminal Investigation Department.
Oh,
What's happened?
It's that, Inspector. Sir Crichton Davy is dead.
Dead? Then I'm too late.
Inspector Weymouth is up in the library, sir.
Thank you, Constable. We'll go on.
Get back there.
Come along, Petrie.
Murder, Nayland?
Of course. Clever, insidious murder. And I'll wager he's left no clue. Oh, I suspected Crichton Davy would be next, and I was right. But I'm too late. That's hard, Petrie. To think I knew and failed to save him. Here, the library.
I say, he was here. The great Dr. Chalmers Cleve of Harley Street.
Never mind him. I want your diagnosis. Inspector Weymouth?
Yes. Who might you be?
Special Inspector. My credentials. This is Dr. Petrie, my associate.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I'm glad you came, gentlemen. There's a bit of a mystery here. Dr. Cleve, Inspector Nayland Smith, and Dr. Petrie.
Dr. Cleve? Your opinion, Dr. Cleve, as to the cause of death.
Frankly, Inspector, I don't care to venture an opinion regarding the immediate cause. Sir Crichton was a morphine addict, but there are indications not in accordance with morphine poisoning.
A post-mortem would establish the fact?
Possibly, if we ever arrive at the fact.
What do you mean, Doctor?
Just that. I doubt very much if the true cause of death can be established. Most mysterious case, Inspector.
You don't mind Dr. Petrie making the examination?
On the contrary, I should value his opinion.
Please, Petrie.
Over here, Doctor. On the couch.
Features oddly puffed. Went tan. Hypodermic marks on the left arm. This faint red mark on the right forearm. You've noticed it, of course, Dr. Cleve?
Yes, not unlike the imprint of rouged lips. Not a birthmark, I can vouch for that. A local inflammation, I should say.
Well, I rather doubt that. Nor anything constitutional.
Does it suggest anything to you, Petrie?
I'm sorry, Nayland. No, nothing. I agree with Dr. Cleve. It's most curious.
Heart failure?
I can't be certain. As Dr. Cleve says, a post-mortem might clear the atmosphere.
Inspector Smith, perhaps you'd like to question Sir Crichton's secretary. This is he, Mr. Burgoyne.
Oh, thank you, Weymouth. I understand, Mr. Burgoyne, Sir Crichton was taken seriously ill in this library.
At 11:30. I was working here, he in the little study there.
I see the connecting door is closed. It was closed then?
It was. Always is. It was open, however, about 11:25 for a moment when a message came for Sir Crichton.
Message? What was it?
I couldn't say. It was brought by a district messenger. I placed it at Sir Crichton's elbow on the desk.
Yes, and then?
5 minutes later, Sir Crichton burst open the door and staggered in here with a strangled scream. He fell to the floor, and as I lifted him and carried him to the couch, he gasped something that sounded like the red hand. Before I could reach bell or telephone, he was dead.
The red hand. You believe he referred to this red mark on his arm?
No, sir. I do not.
Red hand. The red hand. I wonder. Could it... Great Scott. The Zayat kiss. The study, Burgoyne. Have you been in there since Sir Crichton died?
Why, yes. For a glance round only. That is, I stood in the door.
You didn't go inside?
Why, no.
Windows, other doors, everything. Closed or open, did you notice?
Closed, sir, tightly. I came out again immediately.
Fortunate for you, old man, that you're not at this moment lying there beside Sir Crichton. By Jove! What's that? Petrie, Weymouth, come with me. You others stay clear. The instant we're inside that study, Burgoyne, close the door. Petrie, at the least sign of movement, on the furniture, floor, anywhere, shoot and shoot quick. Come. Careful, gentlemen. Don't touch anything on your life.
That wailing. What in the name of heaven?
Stand still. There it is. Don't move.
Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Special Inspector Nayland Smith has discovered the object of Dr. Fu Manchu's presence in London to be the elimination or abduction of Europe's outstanding scientists, inventors, statesmen. and the engineering of their deaths or their transportation to the headquarters of the Black Poppy Society, a secret organization of super criminals located in the interior of China. With Dr. James Petrie, Smith arrives at the home of Sir Crichton Davy, the first on Fu Manchu's list, to find that the British statesman has already fallen a victim to the insidious Dr. Fu. While Smith, Petrie, and Inspector Weymouth at Scotland Yard are examining the death chamber, a strange, weird cry is heard outside the house. A movement in the window catches Smith's eye. He fires.
Leland, what was it? Great Scott. Must be losing my grip. Missed. Every shot.
What the devil was it, Smith?
Whatever it was, it's gone. Slipped out of the window just as we came in. You heard that cry?
Of course. What were you shooting at? Something in the window?
I didn't see it clearly, just a glimpse.
And that cry, you heard it before?
In India, the cry of the dacoit. In this instance, it was very probably used to call back the thing that caused Sir Crichton's death.
Inspector Smith, are you all right?
Open the door, Weymouth. Let them in now. There's no danger for the moment.
No shot, Inspector. What was it?
Never mind that now. This envelope on the desk. It's the one that was brought to Sir Crichton just before we arrived.
The same, sir.
He started to open it. I'll wager it contains blank paper. There, you see? Yet it served its purpose.
But blank paper?
Now look. No, don't touch it. Smell.
Peculiar scent. What is it?
A rare species of orchid. It grows only in certain sections of Burma. Travelers who pluck it have often been found dead. There's nothing to show the cause of death but a small red mark on the face, or neck, or arm, such as we just found on Sir Crichton. It's called the Zayat kiss.
You recognize the scent?
At once. I'm certain that the Zayat, a deadly, poisonous creature which kills the traveler, is attracted by the scent of the flower.
But Fu Manchu, how did he...
He's undoubtedly brought the Zayat with him, along with a supply of the orchid bulbs which he grows to feed the thing.
Then you figure this weird thing followed the scent into this room where Sir Crichton was at work and... wait. Didn't Burgoyne say the windows were closed? That one is open.
Open from outside. Vines were easily climbed, and Sir Crichton very likely had the envelope in his hands when the Zayat summoned.
And you believe the Zayat was recalled to whoever brought it by that wailing cry?
Have any of you a better theory?
By Jove. It's unbelievable. Fu Manchu must be a fiend incarnate.
He is indeed, Weymouth. His methods are insidious, to say the least. Now, while you're finishing up here, Petrie and I'll have a look at the garden. Come along, Petrie.
Just what do you expect to find out here, Nayland?
I really don't know, old chap. Probably nothing now. However, you take this footpath, I'll take that other. We'll meet at the rear of the house. And keep your eyes open.
Now, just what the devil am I to look for? I wonder. Oh, by Jove, I beg your pardon.
Forgive me, Dr. Petrie, if I startled you.
Now, who are you?
Tell me, please. Is it true that Sir Crichton Davy has been murdered?
Murdered? Well, I can't say definitely.
He is dead.
Yes, he is dead. But who are you?
I am no one who you know. But I have information for the police. Will you give it to the proper person in authority?
Person in authority? Well, yes, that would be Special Inspector Nayland Smith. Yes, I'll see that he gets it.
And when you have given it to him, leave him at once.
But I say, wait a moment. Strange. I wonder what she wants.
Petrie, that woman. Who was she?
I don't know. She gave me this for you. Information for the police, she said.
Describe her.
Well, lovely creature, Nayland. Eyes and hair as black as night. A skin like...
Did you notice a crescent-shaped scar at the outer corner of her left eye?
Yes. You know her?
Know her. It's Karamay, his daughter, Petrie. What? You let her slip through your fingers. You might have forced her to reveal his hiding place.
Fu Manchu's daughter? Oh, that's impossible. She's not Chinese.
Eurasian. But what difference whether his daughter, wife, or slave? She's nevertheless his spy, employed to get this letter into my hand. Here. Smell it. Recognize the scent?
Great Scott, Nayland. It's the same. She told me to leave you as soon as I'd given it to you.
Yes. She was a high card to play, but Fu doesn't know that I hold a higher.
I don't understand.
That woman's one of his keenest weapons. Fortunately for us, she evidently became attracted to you, or she wouldn't have warned you.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Nayland. I didn't even know her name.
Nevertheless, it's true. You know what the receipt of a similar letter meant in Sir Crichton's case?
A horrible death.
Right. Come on, we've finished here.
Now, Nayland, I followed you blindly in this business. I haven't insisted on explanation. Now, I must know what this is all about.
I'll explain on the way home. We're not safe here.
Well, you certainly don't believe you'd try a shot at
Oh,
you.
no, Petrie. Fu Manchu scorns the use of noisy weapons. Oh, come. There's a cab across the road. Oh, cab.
So where to now?
Baker Street.
My place?
Yes, here. Get in. 21 Baker Street, driver.
Right, sir.
I say, Nealon, someone took the cab behind us. I think it's following us.
I expected that. Well, if I escape alive from this business, old chap, I'll know that I lead a charmed life.
But aren't you going to try to throw them off?
Useless. Wherever we went, Fu Manchu would find us. You no doubt still wonder why a servant of the British government lately stationed in Burma appears in London in the character of a detective.
Rather.
Simply because I stumbled onto a clue, quite by accident. I discovered definite evidence of the existence of Fu Manchu.
Well, is he an emissary of an Eastern power?
I can't say definitely, but I do know that a certain Eastern power will be requested to see that Dr. Fu removes himself and his influence as far and as quickly from England as possible.
And if your Eastern state refuses?
Then, Petrie, anything may happen.
A fanatic, man. A madman with unlimited power.
He's much more. Whether a fanatic or a duly appointed agent, Fu Manchu is undoubtedly the most malignant personality existing in the world today. He's a fluent linguist, both in civilized and barbaric languages. He's an adept in all the arts and sciences a great university could teach him, and many black arts that no university could possibly teach him. He has the brains of any 3 men of genius.
But what is his object?
His object? Why did Rene Corot fall dead in a Paris opera house?
Heart failure, wasn't it?
He died because his last speech had shown that he held the key to the secret of Tonking. And what became of the Grand Duke Stanislaus? Do you remember?
Suicide, as I recall it.
He alone was fully aware of Russia's growing peril. He alone knew the truth about Mongolia. That knowledge caused his death.
But Sir Crichton Davy.
He was the only living Englishman who understood the vast importance of the Tibetan frontiers.
I'm beginning to see, Nayland.
Yes, it was their knowledge of the East that doomed them. When any great leader dares to arouse the West to a sense of the awakening of the East, is destroyed.
Incredible. You mean to say that Fu Manchu controls this terrible secret movement?
Exactly, Petrie. Fu Manchu and none other.
Here you are, Governor. 21 Baker Street.
Eh? Oh, yes.
You are, driver.
Thank you, sir.
Look, that car back there. It stopped. Followed us every foot of the way, Nayland.
Of course, Petrie. Come on, let's go in.
But they followed us all the way. Aren't you going to do anything?
Of what use? We could prove nothing against them. Further, it's very evident that an attempt will be made on my life tonight. By the same means that proved so successful in the case of Sir Crichton.
You can't mean that he'll make an attempt against you here.
I mean exactly that. We'll have an opportunity to observe the Zayat kiss in operation very soon. The scented letter given you by the woman is ample proof of that.
Now, what caused Sir Crichton's death, Nayland? What is the Zayat kiss?
I don't know exactly. Some sort of insect, I believe, which is attracted by this perfume.
Well, what sort of insect?
Again, I say I don't know. But forewarned is forearmed, Petrie. Fu Manchu has made the blunder common to all men of unusual genius. He's underrated his adversary. Let's go into the bedroom. Now let us appear to make preparations to retire. I'm sure we may rely on Dr. Fu's servants to attempt my removal, if not yours.
Well, I say, roll those golf clubs in that blanket and put them in your bed. I'll do the same with these pillows in mine, eh?
Yes.
There we are. And now?
Turn out the light and take a chair into the corner by the door. You'll be hidden by anyone looking through the window, yet we'll be able to see a silhouette against the window in the moonlight. Lower the sash.
Right.
You shouldn't have long to wait. I've put the perfumed envelope on the coffee table in the center of the room.
You know, it's a climb of 30 feet, Nayland, from the garden to my window.
Oh. To a dacoit who very likely operates the Zayat kiss, an ivy-covered wall is a grand staircase. 2 o'clock. Presently, Petrie, presently. You have your flash?
Yes. And my pistol.
Good. When I give the word, turn your flash on the envelope on the coffee table. Don't shoot. This scalp of yours will do the trick.
Certainly, Nayland.
The window. Shadow at the sill.
You have a box in your hand.
He tossed it through the window. The flash, Petrie. Light.
Great Scott, Nayland, look!
Hold the light steady.
Quick, man, quick!
shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Romer. Commissioned by the British government to bring to justice Dr. Fu Manchu, the arch criminal, and the head of the Black Poppy Society, Special Inspector Nayland Smith and his associate, Dr. James Petrie, arrive at the London home of Sir Crichton Davy, British statesman, too late to save him from the Zayat kiss, death through the bite of a deadly poisonous insect. Smith has discovered the object of Dr. Fu's presence in London to be the elimination of outstanding scientists and political leaders, of which Sir Crichton Davy was the first on Fu Manchu's list. Back in their Baker Street quarters, a similar attempt on their lives is frustrated by the quick action of Nayland Smith.
Careful, Petrie. I think I've killed it. But even in death, the thing is venomous.
Great Scott, Nayland. What is it?
Come here. Look. Don't touch it. Have you ever seen a giant centipede? Look at the size and color of the thing.
It's at least 6 inches long. A vivid and venomous red.
Apparently, it's of the Scolopendra group. The shape's absolutely strange to me.
Has something of the appearance of a huge ant. With these long antennae and numberless legs.
Mm-hmm.
Never seen an insect move so incredibly fast as this thing ran round that scented envelope. What? The man who brought it.
Never mind the dacoit, Petrie. Nemesis will know where to find him. We at least know now what causes the mark of the Zayat kiss. It's definitely placed.
Aye. Science is richer for our first brush with the enemy.
I understand now something that's been puzzling me since Burgoyne mentioned it. Sir Crichton's title cry, the Red Hand. When we remember that he was almost past speech, it's reasonable now to suppose his cry was not the Red Hand, but the Red Ant.
Horrible, Nayland.
And to think I failed by less than an hour to save Sir Crichton from such an end. Oh, it's a tough case, Petrie, but I swear to get that murderer sooner or later.
Meanwhile, in the great tapestry-hung room of the gloomy old mansion in High Street, the yellow-robed Fu Manchu issues his orders to a trusted henchman.
What do you mean by results, Master? Results, Lal, are what I demand and expect from my servant. Singh has failed me. And your orders, Master? Eliminate Singh at once, in the usual manner. To hear is to obey. And what of the detective? Nayland Smith? It appears that I have underestimated his abilities. Leave him to me, Lal. Presently I shall think of a method whereby we may put both Nayland Smith and his friend Dr. Petrie aside.
I say, Petrie, when you finish with that paper...
Hello?
Dr. Petrie?
Speaking, Weymouth. What is it?
I'm calling from the Wapping River Police Station. Could Mr. Smith come down here at once?
Just a moment, Weymouth. He's right here. Speak to him yourself.
Oh. Hello, Weymouth. What is it?
I'd rather not say over the phone, Mr. Smith. But it's important that you come as soon as possible. Bit of a follow-up of last night's case.
Right, Weymouth. We'll be down at once. Must be important, Petrie. And if Fu Manchu's at the bottom of it, it's probably something ghastly. Come on, we'll motor down to the station. It'll save time. We'll get a cab at the corner. I'm Nayland Smith. I want to see Inspector Weymouth.
Special Inspector Nayland Smith.
Yes. Is Weymouth here?
This way, sir. Right in here.
Ah, Mr. Smith. Glad you came. And you, Dr. Petley. Oh, Welland, ask Inspector Reimer to step in here.
Right on, sir.
All right, Weymouth, what is it?
Over here, Mr. Smith, on the table. I'll remove the sheet.
By Joe. Who is it, Weymouth?
It's Cadby, Dr. Petley. The most promising lad at the yard.
Disguised, eh? Rough sailor garb. Stained skin, gold ring in one ear.
Aye, and look at his left hand.
3 fingers missing. It appears as though they'd been chopped off, Weymouth.
It was almost the same with Mason. A week ago, he went off in his own time on some funny business down St. George's Way. And the following night, Thursday night, the 10 o'clock boat got the grapnel into him off Hanover Hole. His first 2 fingers on his right hand were clean gone. His left hand was frightfully mutilated. This is Inspector Reimer. Special Inspector Nayland Smith and Dr. Petley Reimer.
How do you do, Inspector?
I overheard your remarks, Weymouth, about Gadby's and Mason's mutilated hands. That last show we picked out of the river, both his hands were mutilated in the same manner.
Are these things on the table found in Cadby's clothing?
Yeah, right, sir.
Watch, money, knife. What the devil? Chinese pigtail.
That's why we sent for you. It appears to be the first clue pointing to the authors of these strange crimes.
A false one, of course. Attached to a most ingenious bald wig.
Yes, we believe it's part of a Chinese makeup. Cadby was clever at disguise.
Disguise, yes, but certainly not used by Cadby. Now, look here. Too small by inches for his head. And look how the crown's padded. This thing was made for a most abnormal head. Where did you find him, exactly?
Limehouse Reach on the Commercial Dock Pier, exactly an hour ago.
And you last saw him at 8 o'clock last night?
That's right.
How long has the man been dead, Petrie?
Oh, roughly 24 hours.
Then we know that he was on the track of the Fu Manchu group, that he followed some clue which led him to the neighborhood of Old Ratcliffe Highway. You're sure, Weymouth, that that's where he was going?
Yes. He liked to work things out alone. It would have meant a big lift for him if he'd pulled that case off. He left the yard at 8 o'clock to go to his room and dress for the job.
Did he keep any record of his cases?
Of course. We all do. In that respect, he was particular. You'll want his book. I'll get his address.
He almost succeeded where we failed, Petrie. There's no doubt in my mind that he was hot on the track of Fu Manchu. Mason, the other officer, probably blundered on the 10-2 and met with a similar fate.
Without other evidence, the fact that they both died in the same way as the dacoit would be conclusive, for we know that Fu Manchu killed the dacoit.
Exactly.
But, Inspector Smith, what is the meaning of the mutilated hands?
Oh, heaven knows, Reimer. Cadby's death was caused by drowning, you say?
Well, there are no other marks of violence, but he was a strong swimmer. And Mason was like a fish in the water.
Here's Cadby's address, number 22 Cold Harbor Lane. You'll find his case book in the cupboard on the sitting room, top shelf, right-hand side. Here's his keys. This is the cupboard key.
Thank you. Come on, Petrie. We must move along this time.
Yes, of course, Nayland.
Good job we kept the cab. Number 22, Cold Harbor Lane, driver. As quickly as you can. Jove, if we're only in time. Fu Manchu is sure to come there. This time, Petrie, we'll... Wait. The pigtail. I forgot it. Stop, driver, stop. We've got to have that pigtail, Petrie. Don't wait for me. Go to the address and get that book. Come straight on to Scotland Yard and meet me there.
Oh, but Nayland, I'll wait or we'll go back. A few minutes can make no difference.
Do you suppose Fu Manchu's going to leave evidence like that book lying about? It's 1,000 to 1 he has it already, but there is just a bare chance. Go on, driver.
Yes, what do you want?
I'm Dr. Petrie. Sorry to bring bad news regarding your tenant, Mr. Cadby.
Bad news, eh? Oh, well, that was to be expected. The company kept. What with that wailing at the back of the house last night, and tonight again, just a moment before you knocked.
Wailing? Just now? This police car should let me in. Where's Cadby's room?
First floor, second door to your right. There's a woman in there now.
Don't move. What are you doing in this room? Charming. So I did get here in time.
Oh, Dr. Petrie.
What have you taken from that cupboard? Give it to me.
Oh, I have taken nothing. Oh, Dr. Petrie, you must go at once. You are in terrible danger. Please go.
Not until you give me what you took from that cupboard. Then you're going with me to the police.
I will tell you all I can, all I dare. I know how to deal with your friends. But with you, I am lost. If you could only understand, you would let me go.
Let you go? You have no claim to mercy.
I am not free as your English women are free. What I do, I must do, for it is the will of my master. And I am only a slave. And you, Dr. Petrie, you are not a man if you can give me to the police. You have no heart if you can forget that only last night I tried to save you.
You lured Cadby to his death.
Oh, no, I swear I did not. I spied upon him, yes. But it was because he would not be warned that he met his death. I could not save him.
Then save yourself by telling me where I can find Fu Manchu.
Oh, I dare not. I dare not. Not if you would go to find him. Your friend, Leland Smith. Yes, I would tell him. And he would die.
No, that's ridiculous. Come on. Tell me.
Could you hide me from him if I came to you and told you all I know?
Well, the authorities would have...
The authorities. They can put me on the rack if they choose. But not one word would I speak. But to you, I would tell all I know.
Very well, then. Speak. Tell me where I can find Fu Manchu.
Oh, no. No, not now. Not... Good heavens.
Dr. Petrie. I have been waiting for an opportunity to meet you personally.
Fu Manchu.
No, do not reach for your pistol. It would be useless. Take him, Lau. But be careful. Very careful. He must remain alive for the interesting little experiment we shall perform later.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Jack Roma. Special Inspector Nayland Smith of New Scotland Yard's Criminal Investigation Department has been recalled from Burma to investigate the activities in London of the super scientific criminal Dr. Fu Manchu. Through a series of mysterious murders, Smith discovers a clue to the whereabouts of Fu Manchu, who has meanwhile cleverly trapped Dr. James Petrie, Nayland Smith's friend and associate, in a Limehouse den. We find Nayland Smith, Inspector Weymouth, and Inspector Mackay of the River Police gathered in Weymouth's office in Scotland Yard, discussing the disappearance of Dr. Petrie.
Yams is an opium den in one of the boroughs of the old Ratcliffe Highway. They call it Singapore Charlie's. Do you have anything on it, Mac?
Yes, Weymouth. It's the center for some of the Oriental societies, I believe. But all sorts of opium smokers use it. There's never been any complaints that I know of. However, we might try it, eh, Smith? We will.
Meanwhile, what do you chaps make of this? I found it in Cadby's room, in the fireplace. Someone burned several sheets from his casebook, and these are the charred fragments I rescued. Can you make it out, Weymouth?
Hunchback. Lascar went up. Unlike others, did not return till Shen Yan. I don't believe there's any doubt about Shen Yan's name, Mr. Smith. Turn me out. Booming sound. Lascar in mortuary. I could not identify for days or suspicion. Tuesday night in a different makeup. Snatched pigtail.
The pigtail again.
Whoever burned the torn-out pages burned them together. They lay flat, and this must have been in the middle. However, now we have a reference to a hunchback. And what follows amounts to this. A Lascar, amongst several others, went up somewhere at Shenyang's and didn't come down.
And Cadby, who was there, noted a booming sound, eh?
Right. Later, he identified the Lascar in some mortuary. We have no means of fixing the date of this visit to Shenyang's, but I'm inclined to put down the Lascar as the dacoit who was murdered by Fu Manchu.
Supposition, of course, but probably correct. And it's evident that Cadby meant to pay another visit to the place in a different makeup or disguise.
Exactly. And the Tuesday night proposed was undoubtedly last night. The reference to a pigtail is interesting because of what was found on Cadby's body. And it all hooks up with the disappearance of Petrie. Someone else was in Cadby's room searching for that book when Petrie arrived. And even if Petrie hadn't scratched on the wall, I am taken, I'd still know it was Fu Manchu.
God help him, Mr. Smith, if he's fallen into the hands of that fiend.
Amen to that. Well, it's exactly 10:20. I'll trouble you, Weymouth, for the freedom of your fancy wardrobe. I'm going to Shenyang's tonight.
Risky business, that. How about an official visit?
Oh, worse than useless. By your own admission, the place is open to inspection. No, Weymouth. We're dealing with the most stupendous genius the modern Orient has ever produced.
I don't believe in disguises. Still, if you're determined, there's an end of it.
Foster can make him up. What character do you propose to adopt, Mr. Smith?
Oh, the usual rough seaman. Something like Cadby.
I'm going with you, of course.
Not necessary, Weymouth, old chap. I can handle it.
I can pretend to smoke opium as well as another. They make a first-rate seaman. I'll be going along, Mac. Come.
We'll drop down the river from Wapping and reconnoiter close to the riverside. Then, Mac, you can put us ashore somewhere below.
In here. Bit of a job for you, Foster.
Yes, sir?
This is Special Inspector Nayland Smith.
How do you do?
How do you do?
You're to make him up as he directs. I'll put on my own outfit.
Rough seaman, Foster. Gold earring and everything to go with it.
Right, sir. Will you sit here in front of this glass?
Do your best on him, Foster. He'll need it.
Right, Inspector. Anything else, Weymouth?
What do you say, Mr. Smith?
Keep the police launch close to the back of the place, Mac, with the men ready. Your fellows, Weymouth, should loiter about close to the front, near enough to hear a whistle.
I've arranged for that. If we're suspected, are we to give the alarm?
I'm not sure yet. Even in that event, I might wait a bit.
Now, don't wait too long. We shouldn't be much wiser if your next appearance was on the end of a grappling hook somewhere down Greenwich Reach with half your fingers missing.
I'll try to have all my digits when you see me next. Yes, sir. All of them.
There you are, sir. That's the best I can do. Your own mother wouldn't know you. Look.
Good job, Foster. I don't even recognize myself. How are you coming, Weymouth?
Ready. By the old Harry. You're a villainous-looking beast.
Well, you'd hardly instill confidence in a child yourself, Weymouth. All right. If we're ready, let's start.
We'll stop in the assembly room. I have a few orders for my men. That Eurasian woman you mentioned, Smith, Caramay, I believe you said her name was. Just how does she figure in this business?
She's one of Fu Manchu's keenest weapons. Beautiful and extremely clever. But I place my hopes for Petrie's safety in her.
A slim hope, my friend. She's one of the enemy.
Yes, but she's in love with Petrie.
In love with him? Great Scott, how long has he known her?
24 hours, to my knowledge. But he doesn't know she loves him. She saw him the first time at Sir Crichton Davis' home the night Sir Crichton died. Oh, love in the East, Weymouth, is like the conjurer's mango tree. It's born, grows, and flowers with the touch of a hand.
Little enough to put one's confidence in. Well, here we are, the assembly room.
Guthrie and Lyle, get along you two and find a dark corner which commands the door to Singapore Charlie's off the old highway. You look the dirtiest of the troop, Guthrie. You start an argument with Lyle, but don't move until you hear the whistle inside. And note everybody that goes in and comes out. That's all.
Yes, sir. Come along, Lyle.
You other two belong to this division.
Yes, sir.
You're on special duty tonight, but don't let that enlarge your chests. They may get deflated with a knife. You know of a back way into Shenyang?
There's an empty shop opposite, sir.
I know of a broken window at the back we can get in. We could get through to the front and watch from there.
Good. See you're not spotted. And if you hear the whistle, get into Shenyang's as fast as the devil will let you. Otherwise, wait for orders. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Very well. Get at it.
The launch is waiting, Mr. Smith.
Righto. We might as well get started.
Out this way, through the back. Takes us to the police stop. Suppose Fu Manchu uses Shenyang's place. How do you know he's there tonight?
I don't know, chap. But it's the only clue we have pointing to one of his haunts.
Who is he, sir, exactly? This Dr. Fu Manchu.
I've only the vaguest idea, Mac. But he's no ordinary criminal. And he has the backing of a political group whose wealth is enormous.
What's his object, Smith?
His mission in Europe is to pave the way, if you understand what I mean. He's the advance agent of a movement so epoch-making that not one Britisher nor one American in 100,000 can even conceive it.
On your left, past the wooden pier. Enough of the lamp is just beyond that, next to the dark square building. Shenyang.
Drop us somewhere handy and lie close in with your ears open. We may have to run for it, so don't go far away.
Righto. That's so, lad. We'll put in at the stone stairs.
Quiet now, everyone. Shop front is camouflaged, so it's like a barber shop, Smith. Although I don't suppose a man has been shaved there in years.
Easy, men. Here we are. We'll be handy if you need us, Mr. Smith.
Right. Come on, Weymouth.
There's the place. Across the alley.
Come along, and leave the talking to me.
Hey, Charlie. Come out here, you blinking heathen.
What do you want? No get heavy tonight. Too late. Close your shop.
Now, don't you come none of that with me. Get inside there and give me and me mate a couple of pipes. Lively, you hear me? Smoky pipes. Blasted scum. Savvy?
No can do.
Master! Now, here's your money. Keep me waiting, I'll pull your shop down, and you can lay to that.
No, I've got pipes. Pull up, no room. You come see.
What a poisonous den. Keep in character. And watch.
You see, no room, like I tell you.
There's an empty corner there, ain't there? Plenty room. You bring me 2 pipes quick, or you'll get your blinking head knocked off.
Give me 5, Johnny, and stop this bloody palaver. All right, you sit down, me touch some pipes.
How much time we must...
We can hold this.
Pretend to sleep. We've got to work fast.
Right.
There's a stairway back of that ragged curtain. And there's your hunchback. He's taking chosen men upstairs somewhere. That's our objective, Weymouth.
The hunchback is Cadby's notes. There's one of your dacoits. Look at his right hand.
Fu Manchu is up there. These men come here for their orders. I'll rush the stairs when I give the word. You're nearest, so you'll have to go first. If the hunchback follows, I'll take care of him. Ready?
Ready.
Now, up you go.
That door at the end of the hall. Hold it, Weymouth. There he is.
By the great old Nick. So you are the notorious Dr. Fu Manchu.
At your service, Inspector Weymouth. And yours, Mr. Nayland Smith. I have been expecting you. Drop your guns, gentlemen. They are useless. You are covered from several angles.
What have you done with Dr. Petrie?
Dr. Petrie? A worthy companion, Mr. Smith, who comprehends the value of silence. Up to the present, I have been very unsuccessful in my efforts to make him speak. You are just in time, gentlemen, to witness his, demise. Draw the curtain, Lau.
Petrie.
Remain where you are, gentlemen. You cannot help him. And since he is gagged, he cannot speak. You will note that he stands on a trap. When I touch this lever, he will go the way of Mason and Cadby.
Don't touch that lever, Dr. Chu. I'll kill you where you stand.
Great Scott! He's pulled the lever.
The light, Weymouth, the light.
shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Through a series of strange murders, Special Inspector Nayland Smith of Scotland Yard has uncovered a clue to the underworld hideout used by the supercriminal Dr. Fu Manchu. By a ruse, Fu Manchu has trapped Dr. James Petrie, the friend and associate of Nayland Smith, whom he is holding in a secret chamber in a limehouse den. Disguised as seamen, Nayland Smith and Inspector Weymouth gain entrance to the place and break into the secret chamber at the moment that Dr. Petrie is dropped through a trap door operated by Fu Manchu into the Thames River.
The light, Weymouth, the light.
Why, where the devil did the blighter get to, Smith?
Never mind Fu Manchu, Weymouth. We'll get him later. Pull that trap lever. Petrie went through into the river. Hurry.
There he is. And here's an iron ladder leading down.
Help! Coming, Petrie! I'll go down, Weymouth. You get out there in the hall and give the alarm to your men.
Right. By Jove, there's a fire started in the next room. Better hurry. This trap will be a seething furnace in a few moments.
Hang on, Petrie, old chap. I'll be with you. The hunchback. Now, you devil.
Do not shoot, Mr. Smith. I am Karame.
Karame? You, the hunchback? Oh, why are you here?
No time for explanations now. Go down that ladder. Save Dr. Petrie. And do not let him touch that beam overhanging the water. Hurry. Oh, hurry.
Petrie, don't touch that beam over your head. Don't touch it. Keep afloat another moment and I'll have you.
Quickly, Mr. Smith. The house is on fire.
Oh, the devil, I can't reach him.
Here. This pigtail. Part of my disguise. He can reach that. Hurry.
Here, Petrie. Catch hold.
Just in the nick of time, Nayland. Another minute, I've gone down.
Here. The bottom rung of the ladder. And don't touch that overhanging beam. It's the devil's own invention.
Right, Joe. Touch and go that time. I can make it alone now. What about that beam?
Another of Fu Manchu's ghastly implements of torture. Look. 2 razor-sharp swords riveted to the top of the beam.
Great Scott. I touched it.
You'd have lost your fingers.
Yes.
That explains the mutilated hands of Mason and Cadby. Get up this ladder. Carame's up there.
Carame? Well, what's she doing?
Never mind now. We'll be roasted alive if you don't hurry. The place is in flames.
Why, Carame, you should... Well, she's not here, Nayland. We'll have to find her, get her out.
Find her nothing. She displayed good sense in getting out of this fire trap. Come on, hurry.
There they are. Never mind, men. By the Lord Harry Smith, we're just going in after you. Orders are to let that trap burn to the ground. The engines will keep the fire from the other buildings. All right, Dr. Petrie.
Oh, yes, Weymouth, yes. How did the fire start?
Ask your friend Fu Manchu.
Is everybody out, Weymouth?
Fu Manchu is still inside. At least none of the cordon of men have seen him leave the building.
By Jove, Nayland. Perhaps we're well rid of him. It's a horrible death to wish a man, but...
No, not until I see his dead body will I believe it.
But Carame...
Yes, a woman, Weymouth. Did you see a woman come out?
Not a woman in the place. At least none came out.
Oh, then she's still inside. Nayland, we've got to
The
get her.
hunchback. Did he come out, Weymouth?
Yes, and gave us the slip as fancy as you please.
Petrie, That hunchback was Caramay.
What? Caramay? Then she's clever, Smith. She got away clean. She was with those we took, 7 or 8. But just now, when we counted noses, she was gone. And so is Singapore Charlie.
You want it over here, Inspector Weymouth? Will you come?
Right. I'll get in touch with you later, Mr. Smith.
Say, Nayland, did you bring the pigtail with you that was found on Cadby?
Yes. I'd hoped to meet the owner.
Have you got it now?
No. I met the owner.
Thank you, Nayland. For my life and her freedom.
We'll never really excel at this business of man-trapping, Petrie. We're far too sentimental. I knew what it meant to us, to the world, but I hadn't the heart. You see, I owed her your life.
You owed her my life?
If she hadn't given me that pigtail disguise to fish you out of that pit. So you see, I had to square the account. Come on, we'll go home. An ideal rural spot, Redmoat, eh, Petrie?
Yes. But to my eyes, every shadow holds fantastic terrors. My ears, every sound is a signal of dread. To think that the hand of Fu Manchu stretches over Redmoat.
Yes, and at any moment ready to release some strange oriental horror upon its inmates. Well, we dared to hope him dead, but we know now that he lives. Come in.
Father will see you now, then.
Oh, thank you, Miss Elton. We'll go right down. Come, Petrie.
Send for you, Mr. Smith?
Mr. Elton, you see in me a man groping in the dark. Today, I'm no nearer to the conclusion of my mission than the day I left Mandalay. You offer me a clue, I'm here.
And I thank you for coming, sir.
Your affair, I believe, stands this way. A series of attempted burglaries or something of that kind has alarmed your household. Yesterday, returning from London in a private compartment with your daughter, you were both drugged in some way. Your daughter woke and saw someone else in the carriage. A yellow-faced man with a case of instruments in his hand.
Correct. I was, of course, unable to enter into particulars over the telephone. The man was standing by one of the windows. Directly he observed that my daughter was awake, he stepped toward her.
What did he do with the case in his hands, Miss Elton?
I didn't notice particularly. In fact, I was so frightened for the moment that I recall nothing more than beyond the fact that I tried to arouse Father.
You failed to arouse him?
Yes. Then hands grasped my shoulders and I fainted.
But someone used the emergency cord and stopped the train.
If you mean that I did it, I have no recollection of doing so, Mr. Smith.
Of course, no yellow-faced man was on the train. Mr. Eltham, when did you awake?
We were both aroused by the guard.
And upon reaching Great Yarmouth, you immediately called Scotland Yard. Well, you acted very wisely, sir. Oh, by the way, how long were you in China?
You know that? Well, it is perhaps not so strange that you should be aware of my residence in China, Mr. Smith. By my not having mentioned it to you, may seem so. The fact is, I left China under what I may term an episcopal cloud. I have lived in retirement ever since.
Yes. Go on, please.
Unwittingly, I stirred up certain deep-seated prejudices in my endeavor to do my duty, Mr. Smith. But to answer your question, I was in China from 1896 to 1900. 4 years exactly.
Eltham. Oh, yes. Now I remember. And I'm happy to have met you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, tell me, has Red Moat, as its name implies, a moat around it? I couldn't see in the dusk.
It has, but the moat is no longer flooded. However, if you refer to the strategic strength of the place, it is considerable. I have barbed wire fencing and other arrangements. As you see, it's quite a lonely spot.
Yes, indeed.
And now, gentlemen, if you will excuse me, we will resume our conversation after dinner. Will you see to it, Grieber?
At once, Father.
Make yourselves at home, gentlemen. We dine in a few minutes.
Who is our host, Nayland?
You're probably wondering what caused the episcopal cloud. Well, the deep-seated prejudices our reverend friend stirred up culminated in the Boxer Rebellion.
Good heavens. He was at the bottom of that?
Well, he was in it, up to his neck. He should be on our list. The Reverend J.D. Eltham may be a poor hand at saving souls, but he saved a score of Christian women from death. And worse.
J.D. Eltham. No, the name isn't familiar to me.
Ever hear of Parson Dan? Or the fighting missionary? He's the man who held the hospital in Nanyang against 200 Boxers with a garrison of only a dozen cripples and a German doctor.
Ah, now I remember, yes.
What he's up to now, I've yet to find out. He's keeping something back. Something which has made him an object of interest to the Seven.
The Seven?
The inner circle of the Black Poppies. There's dinner. And I admit I'm famished.
Dinner, gentlemen. Will you come, please? We are to commence alone. Grieber will be down presently. That's your place, Dr. Petrie. You, Mr. Smith, over there. You may bring the soup, Wilson.
We're to believe then, Mr. Eltham, that Red Moat has lately become the theater of strange doings?
Yes. Some months ago, an attempt to enter the house was made. The man was arrested and confessed that he had been tempted by my collection.
And it was shortly thereafter that you allowed your hobby for playing at fortifications to get the better of you.
Exactly. I have virtually fortified Red Moat against trespassers of all kinds. There is only one way in through the main entrance. 2 gates, one above and one below.
Any other defenses, Mr. Eltham?
A series of electrical bells, which I shall show you later, which ring when any attempt is made to scale the walls of the moat or penetrate the barbed wire.
But it was not the visit of the burglar which prompted these elaborate precautions.
Well, I'm aware of that. Having invoked official aid, I must be frank with you, Mr. Smith. Following the attempt to break in, I received a warning. The advent of an Oriental. My daughter, too, saw him.
Then it was the incident in the train, following closely upon this other, that led you to solicit official aid.
Quite. And yet I desire to court as little publicity as possible, Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry to have to press you, Mr. Eltham, but what was the nature of the warning you referred to? And from whom did it come?
Mr. Smith, I'm contemplating an immediate return to the Orient.
Oh, now I understand. Well, why didn't you tell me this before? It's the key for which I've been searching. Your troubles date from the time of your decision to return?
Yes.
And that warning came from China. From a Chinese?
From the Mandarin Yen Sun Yat, to be exact.
Yen Sun Yat warned you to abandon your visit and you reject his advice? Listen to me, Mr. Eltham. The Mandarin Yen Sun Yat is one of the 7.
Why, I don't follow you.
If this official is a friend of yours, believe me, he saved your life. You'd be a dead man now if it weren't for him. You must accept his counsel.
No, I'm called back to the Orient. I shall go and...
Great Scott, Leland! Good heavens, it's Grieber!
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Following the rescue of Dr. James Petrie by Nayland Smith and Inspector Weymouth from the Limehouse den to which he had been lured by the notorious supercriminal Dr. Fu Manchu, Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie have been called to Redmoat, the country estate of the Reverend Dr. Eltham, ex-foreign missionary, to investigate certain strange happenings. During dinner, Nayland Smith's questioning of the former missionary is interrupted by a piercing scream.
Great Scott! What was that? Good heavens. Griever, my daughter. This way, Smith, upstairs. The door at the head of the stairs. First to your right.
Wait, Eltham. Let me go in first. Ah, there, by the window.
Is she? She's fainted. Get my bag from my room, someone.
I'll get it, Dr. Petrie. Look after her, Petrie. I'll take a look at the balcony outside her window.
Right.
Oh.
Are you all right, Miss Eltham?
Here, Dr. Petrie, your bag. Is she all right? Grieber, are you...
A glass of water, Eltham. Yes, she's all right.
Nothing out there, absolutely nothing. No way for anyone to reach this room.
Father.
Yes, Grieber, dear. Here, Doctor, the water.
Drink this, Miss Eltham. You'll be right as rain presently.
What was it, Grieber? What happened?
Please, Mr. Eltham. No questions just now. Give her an opportunity to recuperate fully.
Right. Mr. Eltham, tell your gardener and any other men servants you have on the place to search the ground. I'll go with them myself. I've got to question her, Petrie.
Of course. I merely wanted Eltham out of the way. Now, come, Miss Eltham. Are you feeling better? You think you can answer a few questions?
Yes, I'm all right now.
We're anxious to know what alarmed you.
I'm almost afraid to tell Father. He'll think I'm imagining things. It was two green eyes. They looked up at me from the steps leading to the lawn, and they shone like the eyes of a cat.
Are you sure it was not a cat, Miss
Oh,
Eltham?
they were too large, Mr. Smith. Something dreadful in their appearance. They glowed like green coals.
Green eyes.
Father thinks that shut up here we're safe from whatever threatens us. But since our return, someone else has been in Redmode.
How do you mean, Miss Eltham?
Oh, I don't quite know what I do mean. What does it all mean? Father told me earlier that some awful Oriental is seeking your life, Mr. Smith. If the same man wants to kill my father, why has he not done so?
Yes, why hasn't he?
And the man in the train. He could have killed us both quite easily, and last night, someone was in Father's room.
In his room? How do you know?
Well, I couldn't sleep, and I heard something moving. Father's room is there next to mine. I knocked on the wall and walked in.
And?
But there was nothing. No one in the room.
How could anyone get in his room?
I don't know, but I'm not sure whether it was a man. Is there any creature, Mr. Smith, any large creature, which could climb up the wall? Do you know of anything with a long, thin body?
Have you seen such a creature, Miss Eltham?
Well, as Father awoke and called out to know why I had knocked, I looked from my window. The moonlight threw half the lawn into shadow, and just disappearing in the shadow was something of a brown color, marked with sections.
What size? What shape?
Well, it moved so quickly, I couldn't tell exactly its shape, but I saw quite 6 feet of it flash across the lawn.
Did you hear anything?
A hissing through the bushes, a thin, distant, wailing cry.
A thin, wailing cry?
Then nothing. Rex, Father's dog, knew something was about. It was barking and trying to break loose from his chain at the back of the house.
By Jove, Nayland, you suppose it was... Of course, who else? Oh, by the way, Miss Eltham, have you any idea how it came about that you awoke in the train yesterday before your father did?
We had coffee at a refreshment room. It must have been drugged. I scarcely tasted mine. It was so awful, but Father is an old traveler and drank all of his.
I see. Well, we'd better go down now to the drawing room. Do you feel up to it, Miss Eltham?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm all right now. Oh, Mr. Smith, what do you think they want to do with Father?
I only wish I knew that.
Keep in mind what I've told you. I feel sure there is something here in Redmode. Something that comes and goes in spite of Father's fortifications. Rex knows it. Listen to him. Oh, he pulls at his chain so that I wonder he doesn't break it.
Well, come along. We'll make a thorough search of the grounds.
Found nothing, Elton?
Nothing. We searched the entire grounds. There was nothing. We'll try again in the morning. There must be some trace.
We're dealing with a man who leaves no trace of his presence, Mr. Elton. Have you ever heard of Dr. Fu Manchu?
Fu Manchu? No, I think not. A Chinese by the name.
His nationality has never been definitely established. He may be anything. Chinese, Mongolian, Tibetan, Japanese. We only know that he's an Oriental. Very likely he's of mixed blood.
Aside from that, just who and what is he?
I can only tell you that he's undoubtedly the most formidable influence for evil in the world today. A scientific genius. A mental giant. He does nothing by rote or rule, and he strikes when and where it's least expected.
But good heavens, man, what has he to do with me? How have
Mr. Eltham, you have influential friends in China, yet they daren't have you in Nanyang at the present time. Knowing the Orient as you know the palm of your hand, you'd likely see things not meant for Occidental eyes. At least not yet.
But our precautions, Mr. Smith.
Your precautions here have baffled the enemy for the moment only, Miss Elton. But the attempt in the train indicates their anxiety to waste no opportunity. And while you and your father were in London, getting his outfit, no doubt, they've been fixing some second string to their fiddle here.
You believe, Nayland, that in case no opportunity offered before Mr. Eltham returned, they provided for getting at him here?
Exactly.
But how, Mr. Smith?
Ah, that's the mystery. The mystery in your case, which we must fathom. Although it seems incredible, I'm of the opinion that some emissary of Fu Manchu's is actually inside the moat.
Oh, that seems possible. You're thinking of secret passages and so forth. There are none. I've measured every foot of the place. There isn't a rat hole left unaccounted for. And as for a tunnel under the moat, the house stands on a solid mass of ancient Roman masonry, a former camp of Hadrian's time.
There is no entrance and no exit, Mr. Smith, save by the front steps.
Nevertheless, Miss Eltham, I hold to my theory. How else can you explain the experience you just passed through?
I don't know.
No, nor do I, yet, but I hope too soon. Well, if you don't mind, I'll retire. I'd like to get out early tomorrow before your gardener, Edwards, has a chance to spoil any trace which might have been overlooked. Come along.
Good night. Good night. So, we're in the thick of it again, eh?
We're always in the thick of it, Petrie. Our danger's no greater in Norfolk than in London. Oh, if you're not too tired, stop in my room a bit to smoke. I feel like talking.
Glad to.
Leave the light off. Come sit by the window. Elton's dog's restless tonight. I feel that something's about to happen. By Jove, what do they want with Elton?
It is a mystery, old chap. That man in the train with the case of instrument. The apparition of the green eyes tonight. Can they have been the eyes of Fu Manchu, Nayland?
No one else, Petrie. Some peculiarly unique outrage is being contemplated. You can wager on that. Something calling for the presence of the master.
Do you suppose he's trying to prevent Eltham's leaving for the Orient without killing him?
Quite possible. He probably has instructions to be merciful. And heaven help the victim of Oriental mercy. That dog. You notice the difference in the tone of his barking? Savage anger. There's something... He's broken loose from his moorings, Petrie. Look. Tearing across the lawn toward the shrubbery. Get your gun, man. That dog's on the scent of something. Come on, the dog has treed someone.
Rex found something. Smith, wait, I'll go along.
If you have a gun, bring it. Hurry, Petrie. You stay here, Miss Eltham, in the house.
No, I'm coming along. Did you see what Rex was following, Mr. Smith?
No.
There he is. This way, Smith. I'll see him.
Come back, Eltham. Come back. The man's mad, Petrie. Heaven knows who or what's out there. He shouldn't have gone into that shrubbery alone. Come on.
Dog, stop.
Did you think to bring your flash, Petrie?
Thank heaven I have it in my pocket.
Over here, then. Under this big elm.
What is it, Mr. Smith? Have you found?
Rex, your dog. I'm afraid he's done for. Look here.
Oh, poor Rex.
He's not dead. Drag him out of the brush.
Yes, hurry. This is no place for you, Miss Eltham.
But, Father! Father!
All right, Greba. By the Lord, Harry, the fellow slipped away in the underbrushes. Please, a whistle. What have you found, Smith?
Your dog, Eltham. Is he dead?
No, only stunned. He's been struck by some heavy blunt instrument, probably a club. He'll be all right presently.
Where's your gardener, Eltham?
Edwards and the other two men servants are searching the grounds once more. It certainly is a mystery to me, Mr. Smith. My own eyes have convinced me that there is absolutely nothing here. No one can possibly have left the ground.
Yet someone was here. We heard him cry out as Rex caught him. Someone, Eltham, tried to get at your dog. His presence is dangerous. Rex proved a bit too much for him.
Yes, but why did he make for here? And how did he get out of Redmoat? I admit the possibility of someone getting in during the day while the gates are open, but how in the name of common sense does he get out at night, when my alarm bells are hooked up?
During your absence in London, Eltham, certain preparations were evidently made. Just what those preparations were becomes our immediate concern. Let's get back to the house. The prime object of those preparations was to enable someone to gain access to your room, Eltham. Other events are incidental. The dog had to be got rid of. And there's no doubt that your daughter's wakefulness some nights ago saved your life.
But from what? For heaven's sake, Mr. Smith, from what?
From a visit by someone. Perhaps Fu Manchu himself. The object of that visit, I hope we'll never learn. But that would mean it had been achieved.
You suspect that this man, Fu Manchu, is inside Redmoat?
I do, emphatically.
But, Nayland, may not your presence here have induced him to abandon his plan?
I think not. I believe that if... Oh, Miss Elton. Where is she? Did she go into the house, Petrie?
No, I believe not. She was here only a moment ago, somewhere on the terrace.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. While investigating certain mysterious occurrences at Redmoat, the Norfolk estate of the Reverend Eltham, famous fighting missionary, Inspector Nayland Smith discovers evidence of the malignant presence of Dr. Fu Manchu. An attempt to kidnap the missionary is frustrated by the quick action of the inspector. As Eltham, Smith, and Dr. Petrie, the inspector's friend and associate, return to the house from a hurried search of the fortified grounds, they are startled by a frenzied cry for help.
Good heavens. My daughter. It's Grieber. Over there, at the edge of the shrubbery under the elms. The cry came from that direction. Come on, Petrie. What? Bring lights, Eltham. Lanterns, hurry. Bear more to the right, Petrie. The cry came from over there.
Grieber! Grieber! Good heavens, Smith, where is she?
The cry seems to come from this direction. She can't be very far.
And they can't get out of the ground, guarded as they are.
Miss Eltham! Miss Eltham!
Oh, the Lord forgive me. I could do murder tonight. If that fiend has harmed her...
Get yourself together, Eltham. We can't get her out. Post Edwards and Robbins at the gate. We'll circle the ground. They must be inside Red Moat.
I'll post the servants, then meet you at the upper side of the moat.
We'll take this path, Petrie. Come on.
In heaven's name can we do, Nayland?
Search everywhere. Typical of Fu Manchu, this. Because of our presence and all these fortifications, he finds it difficult to reach Eltham, so he concentrates on the girl. Heaven help her, Petrie, if she's fallen into the hands of Fu Manchu himself.
He wouldn't murder her, Nayland.
Oh, in her case, death would be merciful. I'm positive he's received instructions from the Seven not to do harm here, merely to prevent Eltham from returning to the Orient. But his methods of prevention are usually far worse than death.
Oh, here comes Eltham and one of the servants. By Jove, Nayland, where can the girl be?
Somewhere in Red Moat, rest assured. But where?
Have you found anything, Mr. Smith?
Nothing, Eltham. Absolutely nothing. There's not the slightest trace. One could almost believe they've taken wing.
Good heavens. We've got to find her.
Yes, of course, and we will. Is there any possible place we may have overlooked?
Mr. Eltham! Yes, sir, quick!
Robin! He found something! Come! Robin! Robin!
Yes, sir, quick! This way, by the sundial.
There he is! Under the... Good heavens! Grieber! Grieber!
Here, let me look at her, Eltham.
She's dead. Dead!
No, merely a deep faint. Here, Robin. Help me to the terrace with her. No.
This is positively the most uncanny thing I've ever experienced. We covered the sundial in our search not 5 minutes ago, and there was nothing there. By Jove. I've got it. We're fools, Eltham. Loose the dog. Loose the dog. But the dog's crippled. I know it. If anything human is hiding there, the dog will lead us to it. If it's a man, he'll run. Great Scott, why didn't I think of it before? Keep him on leash, Robbins. Keep him on leash. He'll lead us. Out of the house. Quickly. I shouted purposely, Petrie. It would have been heard by anyone. I thought so. Eltham,
Find out what part of the grounds that alarm comes from.
Right, Mr. Smith, at once.
Here, Robin. Put Miss Eltham down on this bench, then go with Inspector Smith. I'll get one of the maids to help me here.
Come along, Robin.
Above the moat, Smith. Hurry.
How long, Robbins, have you been employed here?
3 years, sir.
And Edward?
The same, sir.
I see. And how long have these attempted robberies been going on?
Not long, sir. It was a few days after the master told us he had decided to return to China that the first queer thing happened.
Yes. Mr. Eltham told me of it. Someone tried to get at Mr. Eltham's collection of curios, eh?
That was what the man we caught said, sir. But my opinion is...
What, Robin?
That his collection had nothing to do with it, sir. He was lying.
Why do you think that?
Because, sir, begging your pardon, but I have only one of the maid's word for it, sir. She came upon Mr. Eltham on the terrace examining a strange design drawn on a flagstone, sir.
Oh, she saw the design, Robin?
Yes, sir. She said it resembled a poppy with 7 petals. It was drawn in charcoal, sir.
Oh, the black poppies. A simple enough explanation, Petrie, and one I should have discovered. We found a ladder of bamboo splints and silken cord hanging by 2 hooks from the top strand of barbed wire.
And the jointed bamboo pole, what was it used for?
Probably to attach the ladder to the fence.
Oh.
The end of the ladder was what Miss Eltham saw trailing behind whoever used it when she interrupted him in her father's room.
And that was the long, slim creature that climbed to his window and which later she saw disappearing in the brush. Eh?
Yes. And in the shrubbery behind the sundial, we found a huge cask sunk in a pit. A bush fastened to its movable lid concealed it.
So that was where they hid themselves when anyone was about, eh? Clever, Nayland. Devilishly clever.
They slipped into the grounds during the day while Eltham was in London, concealed themselves in the bushes until dark, then went to work digging their cache.
But the excavated earth,
what would be disposed of on the flower beds, where it would escape notice, of course.
Oh.
You see, Petrie, the problem of getting in was never a big one. But owing to Eltham's defenses, it was impossible, while he was at home at least, to get out after dark.
I see. They needed a working base inside Redmond.
Naturally. And Fu Manchu's assistant, he certainly had one, must have been in hiding somewhere outside.
You believe it was Fu Manchu who was concealed in that cask?
Oh, who else has such eyes as Miss Eltham saw from her window?
Why, of course.
And the nature of the outrage that Fu Manchu planned to prevent Eltham's return to the Orient, we learned from Miss Eltham's condition. It's easy to see that she stumbled on Fu Manchu at the very entrance to his burrow. Her cries were muffled, and she was dragged down into the cache.
And when we'd concluded our search, her body was brought to the sundial and left there for us to find. Only a clever devil could think of such a scheme, Nayland.
Right. Provision had been made against her recovering consciousness and revealing the secret of the hidden cask. My ruse of shouting to release the mastiff ended the visit of Dr. Fu within Redmoat. Oh, how is the girl?
Well, she made slow recovery and couldn't remember anything that had happened after she saw Fu Manchu rise up before her in the shrubbery. In fact, her memory is a complete blank.
In your opinion, that was due to what exactly?
To the hypodermic needle puncture at the upper end of her spine.
Unconsciously, then, Grieber furnished the explanation of how Fu Manchu planned to keep her father in England. By means of this operation, he designed to erase from Eltham's mind his plans to return to the Orient.
If we only knew the nature of the fluid which produces such a mental blank.
Oh, one of the many strange secrets of Dr. Fu Manchu, Petrie.
Well, I can't understand why Eltham didn't tell you of the warning he received from the black poppies. The warning Robin told to us.
Simply because he had no idea as to its significance. He'd never even heard of them. Oh, by the way, have you seen this? Star Telegraph. Look at the item at the top of the personal column.
Orient. Of abandoned visit. Eltham. Ah, so he's not returning to the east.
I'm glad, for his sake and the girls. But it marks another victory for Fu Manchu.
Well, that depends, Nayland, on the way you look at it. Oh, and what about Sir Lionel Barton? You saw him today, didn't you?
Oh, I saw him. He only just returned from somewhere in Egypt, digging in the tombs of Biban el Moluk. That man bears a charmed life, Petrie. For on the evidence of his open letter to the Times, he's seen things in Tibet which Fu Manchu would have the West blind to. I think he's discovered a new keyhole to the gate of the Indian Empire.
Well, what was his reaction to your warning against Fu Manchu?
Oh, he laughed at me. Orientalist and explorer, he's the first to penetrate the forbidden city of Lhasa. The first to make the pilgrimage to Mecca. Now he again turns his attention to Tibet, thereby signing his own death warrant.
Well, that he's reached England alive is a hopeful sign, don't you think?
On the contrary, England is the web at the moment. The spider's waiting, Petrie. And Sir Lionel is an impossible man to shepherd. You ought to see his house at Finchley.
Huh? What's it like?
Completely hemmed in by trees and bushes. Damp as a swamp. Smells like a jungle. Everything topsy-turvy. The man only arrived this morning and is already working, eating, and sleeping in a study that resembles an earthquake in an auction room.
Any servants?
A Bedouin groom, an Italian secretary, and a Chinese body servant, and heaven only knows what other strange people.
Chinese body servant?
Yes. A squint-eyed Cantonese he calls Kui. Oh, by the way, all Sir Lionel's baggage disappeared from the landing stage, including his notes on Tibet.
Significant, eh?
Of course. But he argues that since he crossed Tibet from the Kwenlun to the Himalayas without being assassinated, he certainly won't be murdered in London.
Didn't I read somewhere that he'd unearthed a tomb in Egypt lately? You mentioned that he'd been there.
Probably. As I came away, a sarcophagus as big as a boat was being delivered. It's something unique, according to Sir Lionel.
And what do you propose to do?
Oh, what can I do? I'm positive Fu Manchu will try to get at him. But, as I say, he merely laughed at my warning.
You've taken precautions, of course.
I had the yard send a man down to watch the house.
What's Sir Lionel like, Nayland?
A bull in a china shop. Tall, massive, unkempt. Built like a Kodiak bear. With a voice like a foghorn. I left him wearing a dirty dressing gown, stamping around his oriental furniture, works of references and mummies and pottery and spears and whatnot, alternately dictating his book on Tibet from memory and talking to me.
He's certainly wasting no time. You know, we're making little headway in this business, Nayland. With all the forces of the law arrayed against him, Fu Manchu continues to slip through our fingers.
Yes. I never read a report of someone found drowned, of an apparent suicide, of a sudden, though seemingly natural death without wondering. Fu Manchu's tentacles of evil embrace everything.
You said that Sir Lionel bears a charmed life. Now, the very fact that you're still alive, Nayland, is a miracle.
Oh.
Well, now, who the devil can that be at this hour? Mrs. McGregor's in bed long ago. I'll see you at David.
Right.
Telegram from Inspector Nayland Smith, sir.
Oh, I'll take it.
Your patient certainly called it ungodly hours, Petrie, old chap.
Oh, not a patient this time. A telegram for you.
Telegram from me? Mm-hmm. What on earth can this be? Good Lord. Petrie.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Back in London, after their partially successful efforts to guard the Reverend Eltham and his household at Redmoat against the cunning of Dr. Fu Manchu, Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie continue their untiring search for the crafty Oriental, who has once more mysteriously vanished in London's dark underworld. Their discussion of Sir Lionel Barton, celebrated Orientalist and explorer, lately returned to England, and the probability of his being among those on Fu Manchu's list to be destroyed, is interrupted by the arrival of a telegram with the news that Sir Lionel has just been found murdered.
Confound it, Petrie. Why can't we get this murderer?
We're going to meet Weymouth at Sir Lionel's house?
Of course. The taxi will put us there by the time Weymouth arrives. Come on.
Here comes a late prowling cab. Taxi.
Number 16, Westerly Road, Finchley, driver, and as quickly as you can. Police business in case you're stopped.
Righto, sir.
I knew Fu Manchu would reach Sir Lionel. But that conceited fool would laugh at my warning today. That house of his gave me the creeping shudders.
Well, if it's anything like your description, it must be ideal for Fu Manchu's work.
Ideal. The sunlight can't penetrate to the rooms. When I got there this afternoon, I thought I was in a jungle. Clouds of gnats floated in and out of the windows. There's a steamy smell about the place that's positively malarious. Reminded me of spots I've seen in Burma.
Difficult to picture here in London.
It's the jungle transferred to the British Isles, Petrie. The entire front of the place is covered with a sort of monkey creeper, which is imported from heaven knows where. It has a close, exotic perfume that fits in the picture. Yes, the place was made for murder.
And Fu Manchu pursues his way without let or hindrance.
Yes, blast it. Remark such and such a man as one alive to the Yellow Peril. Warn him if we have time. Perhaps he escapes and perhaps not.
And what do we know of those others who may die every week by his murderous agency? We certainly can't know everyone who has read the riddle of the Orient.
Well, it's midnight. We should be there presently. Isn't this Finchley, driver?
Yes, sir. And we're on Westerly Road. Number 16 is just ahead, sir.
You're right, Nayland. Isolated and ideal for murder.
Shall I drive in, sir?
Yes, up to the house. There's the place, Petrie. At the far end of the drive. It's a wilderness. It seems to be banked in by trees and shrubs. Oh, Weymouth must have arrived here before us. There's the police car.
Here we are, sir. Shall I wait?
Yes. Come on, Petrie.
There you are. Glad to see you, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Weymouth.
And you, Dr. Petrie. Just arrived myself.
We left immediately. We got your telegram, Weymouth.
Don't be startled at the appearance of the place, Doctor. I was. It's half a museum. The rest is circus and menagerie combined.
Well, it certainly is in keeping with the exterior.
Here's the library.
Great Scott, what's that?
A young leopard chained outside the window. The place is full of surprises and mysteries.
Where is he, Weymouth, and how was it done?
I thought perhaps you'd like to hear what led up to it so far as we know before seeing him.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Well, the man you asked for from the yard got here all right and stopped in the road outside where he could watch the gate. About 10:30, a young lady turned up and went in.
Woman?
Yes, but not the one you have in mind.
It's not Caramel?
It was a Miss Edwards, Sir Lionel's typist. She'd forgotten her purse and came back after it and gave the alarm. My man heard the row from the road and came on the run. He rang us up and I immediately wired you.
He heard the row, you say? What row?
Miss Edwards went into violent hysterics.
Describe what your man saw.
An Arab footman, there isn't an Englishman in the house, trying to calm the girl in the hall yonder. A Malay and another Arab were beating their foreheads and bawling.
Did your man get anything out of them?
Nothing that makes sense. So he started to investigate for himself. The door to the study he found locked from the inside.
Yes. Well?
He went round to the window, and what he saw accounts for the girl's hysterics.
Go on, man. Get to the point.
Well, amongst the rubbish on the floor, a big mummy case lay on its side, and face down with his arms thrown across it was Sir Lionel, wrapped in an old dressing gown.
Yes, and then?
The light from a reading lamp shone down on him. It made a patch of light on the floor. Well, as my man, Croxted, his name, smashed the glass and got the window open and started climbing in, he saw something else, so he said.
Oh? What did he see?
A sort of green mist. He said it seemed to be alive, that he moved over the floor, going away from him, and toward a curtain at the far end of the study.
When did he first see this green mist?
He says he thinks it came from the mummy case.
From the mummy case?
Yes. Well, he climbed in and turned the body over. Sir Lionel was quite dead. Then Croxted opened the glass door behind the curtain at the end of the study. It opened onto a conservatory filled with more junk. In there, he caught another glimpse of the crawling green mist and a dead Chinese.
A Chinese, you say?
Yes, Sir Lionel's body servant, I'm told.
The doctor's seen them?
A local man, out of his depth, though. However, there's no need for another opinion until the coroner comes.
And your man Croxted?
He held out until I came, gave me his story, and then fainted dead away. He said something in the conservatory seemed to get him by the throat.
He meant that literally?
I wouldn't say. We had to send him and the girl home in cab.
What's your theory, Weymouth?
I have none. None that includes the green mist.
Right. We'll go in now.
This is the study where he worked.
Good Lord, what a den.
It is a bit of a mess, Doctor. How a man can work in a place littered with stuff from the four corners of the earth is a mystery to me. There's the body, Mr. Smith, by that big sarcophagus.
We'll have a look. Weymouth. Petrie. Come here.
Huh? Good.
You don't know Sir Lionel by sight, Weymouth?
No, I've never seen him.
This is not Sir Lionel. It's Strasser, his Italian secretary.
What? Are you certain?
Why, of course. I met him only this afternoon. Where's the other, the Chinese?
Here in the conservatory. We left him where we found him until you could see him, behind this curtain.
Mm-hmm. That's Cree. Sir Lionel's body servant. One thing is quite evident, Weymouth. No one in the house, except Strasser, knew of Sir Lionel's absence.
How do you arrive at that, Nayland?
The servants we passed out there in the hall believe him dead. Had they seen him go out, they'd know it's someone else who lies here.
Right. And what about the Chinese?
Since there's no other way into this conservatory but through the study, Quee must have hidden himself here when Sir Lionel was out of the room.
Croxted found the communicating door closed. What killed Quee?
And both Miss Edwards and Croxted found the study door locked from the inside. What killed Strasser? Tell me that and you'll have your answer, Weymouth.
What killed Strasser? But why is he wearing Sir Lionel's dressing gown? Seeing him in that led Miss Edwards to mistake him for her employer and put us on the wrong scent.
He wore it so that anyone looking in through the window would be sure to make the same mistake.
Why so, Nayland?
Why, look at these tools beside the mummy case. The lid off. Strasser came here to open the case. He was here when Sir Lionel told me a number of priceless jewels were probably secreted among the wrappings of the mummy.
Strange that Sir Lionel hadn't opened the case himself.
He expected to do that tonight and examine its contents. Fortunate for him that he changed his mind.
Then what became of the mummy?
It seems to have vanished in the form of a green mist. Look at Strasser's face and Queen's. What do they suggest?
Well, the features of both are terribly distorted. Even their limbs are twisted, suggesting a death more than ordinarily violent. I might guess at strangulation, but from what?
From what? I'm with you so far, Mr. Smith. Knowing Sir Lionel was absent, Strasser locked himself in here to loot the mummy case. He couldn't have known the Chinese was hidden in the conservatory, though.
And Quee didn't dare show himself because he, too, was there for some mysterious reason.
Well, and having got the lid off, somebody...
Suppose we say the mummy.
Well, anyway, something that got out of the locked room without opening the door or window killed Strasser.
And then killed the Chinese without opening the door behind which he lay concealed.
For once, Dr. Fu Manchu has employed an ally which even his giant will was unable to entirely control.
What blind force. What horrible agent of death could he have confined in that mummy case?
If you're correct in your surmise, Nayland, that this is the work of Fu Manchu, his power is indeed superhuman.
Can you doubt it, Petrie? The presence of a concealed Chinese is proof enough for me. I'll wager that Quee was one of Fu's murder group, though probably only recently enlisted in that mysterious service. He's unarmed, or I might think that his part was to kill Sir Lionel while he was at work inspecting the mummy case. Strasser's opening the case completely spoiled the scheme.
And led to the death?
Of a servant of Fu Manchu? Yes. I'm at a loss to account for that.
You think the sarcophagus entered into the scheme, Smith?
You mean that its arrival at a time when a servant of Fu Manchu's, Quee, was hidden here may have been a coincidence?
Something like that.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm as much in the dark there as you, Weymouth. If we knew the answer to that, we'd likely have the key to the entire riddle. I wonder.
Good heavens, what?
One of Sir Lionel's African spears hurled through the window. It barely missed you, Smith.
Look there. Fastened to the haft.
A folded paper. A note addressed to you, Smith.
Oh. You wanted proof, Petrie? Well, listen to this. Inspector Nayland Smith, your interference in my plans I shall tolerate no longer. Be warned. Dr. Fu Manchu.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Inspector Nayland Smith has received word of the sudden and mysterious death of Sir Lionel Barton, renowned Orientalist and explorer. At Rowan House, Sir Lionel's home, Smith finds that Strasser, Sir Lionel's secretary, is the victim, having been mistaken for his employer. He has been murdered by what Inspector Weymouth of Scotland Yard terms the green mist, a creeping vapor escaping out of a mummy case. As Nayland Smith, Dr. Petrie, and Inspector Weymouth are examining the distorted body of the victim, a heavy African spear is hurled through the window, barely missing Nayland Smith. There is a message attached. We find him grimly staring at the paper in his hand.
Well, Petrie, you asked for proof of Fu Manchu's hand in these crimes. Here it is.
Read it again, Smith.
Inspector Nayland Smith, your interference in my plans I can tolerate no longer. Be warned, Dr. Fu Manchu.
By Jove, it's uncanny, Nayland. Aye, that it is, Doctor. How in the name of seven devils anyone could get past my men who surround this place is beyond comprehension. I'll have the ground searched at once.
Useless, Weymouth. Search now would be a waste of time. Let's go on with our investigation. You might instruct your men, though, to close in and watch the house. Another spear might be disastrous for one of us.
I'll see to it at once.
The green mist. What do you make of it, Petrie?
Nothing, Nayland. Absolutely nothing. I'm fairly at a loss.
See how heavy this mummy case is? Strasser must have turned it over as he fell. He wouldn't have laid it on its side to remove the lid. Look at these paintings, inside and out. Wonderfully preserved all through the ages. Hello.
Huh? What is it? What have you found?
Piece of twine. See what's attached to the end of it?
What? A rubber stopper.
Here in the side of the case is the hole it fills. Don't you see the idea? The mummy was taken from the case and the servant of Fu Manchu took its place. It was then delivered here to Sir Lionel's home.
Jove, and the first to raise the lid
would receive the benefit of the green mist, delivered by the person concealed in the case. Who but Dr. Fu would think of such a scheme?
Well, we found nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not even a trace, excepting...
Excepting what?
The chained-up leopard. It's dead. Killed by another of these spears.
Oh, something we overlooked, Weymouth. Prolonged silence of the beast should have warned us of the presence of someone. Whoever it was had to kill the leopard first to get close enough to the window to hurl in the spear and move.
I say, what's all this? What's going on here?
Sir Lionel. It's murder, Sir Lionel. Huh? I warned you. You see, you've had an awfully narrow escape.
Oh, dear. I should have listened.
Strasser, is he dead? Quite dead.
What does it mean, Mr. Smith?
Simply that a visit was paid your house by Dr. Fu Manchu, the man I warned you against today.
Oh, great Scott! Why did he kill Strasser?
Strasser, you see, wears your dressing gown. Does that mean anything to you?
He was mistaken for me.
Exactly, Sir Lionel.
He was after the jewels in the mummy case. And Qui, also dead. Why? Well, if I'm not mistaken, he was in the pay of Fu Manchu and lay in hiding, awaiting just such an opportunity to murder you.
He killed me? I doubt that, Mr. Smith. He's been in my employ for several years.
In some way, Sir Lionel, Fu Manchu got to him and possibly forced him to act for him.
I don't like to contradict you, sir, but I don't think this is the work of your Dr. Fu Manchu.
What do you mean?
I had a wire from Professor Rimbaud tonight. That's why I left the house so suddenly, to meet him at the Travelers' Club. However, in one thing you were right. No one but Stratton knew of my absence.
You saw Professor Rimbaud?
I did. He knew of my discovery of the tomb of Nakada. Knew that the sarcophagus had been brought untouched to England. He warned me not to open it.
Well, what reason did he give Sir Lionel for his warning?
He gave me curious particulars of the strange death of Pierre Manette, the French Egyptologist. Particulars new to me.
What were the nature of the particulars?
Pierre Manette discovered, but kept secret, the tomb of Amentai, another of this particular brotherhood of magicians who were familiar with the magic art.
Another magician, you say, Sir Lionel?
You mean this Makara was a magician? Yes, as was also Amentai. It appears that Pierre Manette opened Amentai's mummy case on the spot and was found dead beside it, apparently strangled.
I recall reading of Manette's death. The particulars were missing.
It was hushed up by the Egyptian governor.
How long, Sir Lionel, had this mummy case lain at the dock?
2 days. I'm not a superstitious man, Mr. Smith, but I thank heaven that I was not here to see what came out of that sarcophagus.
So do I. Because whatever the magician Makara had to do with the matter, by means of the sarcophagus, Fu Manchu made his first attempt upon your life. He failed this time, but he'll try again. And Fu Manchu does not fail twice.
Late the following night, Nayland Smith and Inspector Weymouth are engaged in an investigation at the dock of the disappearance of the mummy. For the moment, Dr. Petrie is alone in his Baker Street quarters. Seated at his desk, he is engrossed in a treatise on Oriental poisons. A stealthy movement in the dark hall outside his door attracts his attention. Snatching up his pistol from where it lays at the desk at his elbow, he leaps to his feet and turns as a hooded figure steps into the room.
Don't move or I fire. Who are you? Take off that cloak.
Oh, no. No, put down your pistol, Dr. Petrie. I must speak to you.
Academy? Good heavens, what are you doing here? How did you get in?
Fu Manchu had a duplicate key to your house door. I stole it tonight to come to you.
A duplicate key to my door?
Yes. Oh, I have never betrayed a secret of my master before. But you must replace that lock at once.
Fu Manchu, your master? I thought you were his daughter.
His daughter? No, I am his slave.
Slave? In England? Oh, that's absurd. You're a free agent. You can't control your actions.
Have you ever been under the influence of a brain so powerful? Oh, but you cannot understand.
Frankly, I can't. Why are you here at this time of night?
I have come to ask you again to take me away from him, to hide me where he cannot find me, ever.
Well, I could place you under police protection. Your request must be a pretense. Otherwise, why do you keep the secrets of Fu Manchu when they mean death to so many?
Death? Death is nothing. I have seen my own sister die of fever in the desert. Seen her thrown like carrion in a hole in the sand. I have seen men whipped until they prayed for death. I have known the last like death. Death? What does it matter?
Then prove that you really wish to leave the service of Fu Manchu by telling me what killed Strasser.
I do not know that. But if you will take me away so that I cannot return to him, I will tell you all I do know. And it is not. But while he is my master, I will never betray him.
Then let me place you under the protection of the police.
Police? Your police cannot protect me from him. If you will not take me away yourself. Oh, but you do not understand. You will never understand and release me from him. What time is coming? I must go. I've remained away too long now. But listen, go away. Now, without delay. Go away, Dr. Petrie. Do not stay here tonight.
And Nayland Smith?
What is Nayland Smith to me? But you are in great danger of your life. Do you not understand? Go away from this house. Go away tonight.
But it's not... Well, by Joe. I suppose I should have held her until Nayland returned. Oh, Nayland. You met her on the stairs? You saw her? Who do you mean? Academy. She just this moment left me. You must have met her. Academy? Why, what the devil was she doing here? She came to warn me. And you let her go? Oh, why didn't you detain her? That's the third time we've had her in our grasp, and you allow her to go. But she came of her own free will to warn me. Why, I don't know. Because she loves you, you idiot. Will you believe me now? If you'd insisted, she'd have told you all she knows.
Well, I couldn't. I simply couldn't. She disarmed me, Nayland.
Because you realize she's in love with you. The dignified doctor that you are, you won't admit it. Well, she is, old chap, believe me. I pretend to be blind to it. You don't know the Oriental mind as I do. But I quite understand the girl's position.
How so?
Because while she fears the English authorities, she would submit to you. Now, if you'd only seize her by the hair and drag her to some cellar, hurl her down and stand over her with a whip, she'd tell you everything she knows, and then salve her strange Eastern conscience with the reflection that speech was forced upon.
Nayland, now...
Why, of course. And then adore you for your savagery.
Nayland, be serious. You know what her warning meant before.
Yes, and I can guess what it means now. Oh, I'll answer that. I think I know what it is anyway. Inspector Weymouth, oh, thank you. I'm Weymouth by district messenger. I left him at the dock. He was to send me any evidence he might find. This will likely be fragments of the mummy.
Do you know where the mummy was removed from the case?
Yes, the dock. Someone else was in the sarcophagus when it reached Sir Lionel's house. A mummy case is practically airtight. So the use of the rubber stopper, of course, was for ventilation. How this person killed Strasser is yet to learn.
And also how he escaped from a locked room. And what about the green mist?
Well, the green mist can be explained in several ways. Remember, we have only one man's word for it that it actually existed. At best, it's a confusing piece of evidence. And I'm afraid we're attaching too much importance to it.
Can we attach too much importance to anything Fu Manchu employs in his mad scattering of death?
Oh, so it's got you at last, eh? Well, I was a skeptic too, Petrie. Until I found myself in conflict with the wily doctor's playthings.
However, in this instance, let's see what we have here.
Metal container. Sealed. Give me that paper cutter from your desk. Yes, Petrie? We must overlook the little things in dealing with Fu Manchu. His agents will... Great Scott, Petrie. You were right. Get out. This box comes from Fu Manchu. Run, Petrie. The green mist.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Due to circumstances beyond control of the arch-criminal, Dr. Fu Manchu, the secretary of Sir Lionel Boston is strangled by a poisonous vapor known as the green mist. After again warning the explorer against Fu Manchu, Nayland Smith joins Inspector Weymouth in a waterfront search for a mummy imported by Sir Lionel and stolen by Dr. Fu. Fu Manchu's Eurasian slave Karame comes to Baker Street to warn Dr. Petrie of danger and leaves as Nayland Smith returns. A parcel, presumably sent by Inspector Weymouth, is delivered to Smith. As he prepares to open it, it explodes,
A greenish-yellow oily vapor billows out into the room.
Petrie, run! Get out! Fu Manchu sent that boat. Get the bedroom windows open, Petrie, quick. Oil, gas. I should have recognized it as Sir Lionel. What in heaven's name is it? Identical with chlorine in many respects. But there must be other properties. Fu Manchu alone knows what they are. Great Scott, we've been blind. There was never anyone in the mummy case. There was enough of that frightful stuff to have suffocated a regiment. But you see, Nayland? Of course I see it. Now, he didn't count on the mummy case being upset. And Quee's part was to remove the plug by pulling the strings. The gas is heavier than air. The case would have emptied through the vent and the gas been dispersed, with no clue remaining. Secretary inhaled the stuff, capsized the case in falling, and the gas poured out under the conservatory door behind which Quee was hiding. Fu Manchu evidently made more than was necessary to kill Sir Lionel, and so he contemptuously devoted the remainder to me. Well, his contempt is justified, Petrie. It's through no cleverness on my part that Fu Manchu's caused a double failure. Just who is this Sir Graham Guthrie we're calling on, Nayland? Officially, he's the British resident in North Bhutan. Unofficially, he's England's eyes in that forsaken spot. He knows the provinces of Bhutan and Nepal as we know our London. But how can he have incurred the displeasure of Fu Manchu? How does any man incur the wrath of that devil? By being observant to the things that are happening in the Orient. By being a clever diplomat, a statesman. In other words, Petrie, by being a leader. However, these men don't incur the wrath of Fu Manchu. No? Who then? You've heard me speak of the Black Poppy Society? Yeah. The seven, the inner circle of the society, are the ones who turn thumbs down. Then they instruct their agent, Dr. Fu Manchu, to eliminate the individual. And we've certainly seen enough to realize that Fu Manchu stops at nothing in obeying their orders. But in what way has Sir Graham antagonized the Black Poppies? From what I learned at the Indian office this morning, Sir Graham inadvertently stumbled across evidence of a secret movement in the North Provinces. Evidence that would rock the Empire. And you say he's scheduled to speak before the ministry tomorrow? Yes. And that's the reason for our call on him this evening. We're going to spend the night in his rooms with him to ensure his appearance at the ministry tomorrow.
Is that my grand, sir? You want me to wait?
No, driver.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Come along, Petrie.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector Nayland Smith?
Yes, what is it?
And Dr. James Petrie?
Yes, what do you... Look out, Petrie!
Have you the Dr. Lyle?
Yes, Bob, we have him.
Get a limousine in.
Hurry.
Yeah, we've been unnoticed so far. All right, that's who. Drive on. You know where.
Oh. Christ, God, where the devil? Nayland. Nayland, old man. Oh. Where are you? Speak up. Oh. Well, what, Petrie? Are you... Here. Thank heaven you're alive. Where the devil are we? This hole is as dark as lost pocket. Heaven knows, Petrie. Sandbagged. Both of us. Well, he has us at last. It's all right, old man. We're alive. Let's be thankful for that. And I dragged you into it. Oh, dry up. I'm not a child. There's no question of being dragged into the matter. I'm here. If I can be of any use, well, that's enough. There were two Orientals in European clothes sitting in that big car as we got out of ours. They must have come up behind us as we spoke with that other chap and sandbagged us. The fellow that spoke to you was an Englishman. Yes. We were rushed into that limousine and it was all over. Great Scott, how my head aches. It must have given me an awful crowd. Fu Manchu, of course. But why have we been spared? What's he saving us for? Nothing pleasant, you may be sure. And like a couple of schoolboys, we walked deliberately into his trap. Yeah. We're chained, Nayland. Chained in a black cellar. Steel collars, arm and leg chains. Someone coming. Light under the door. Careful, Petrie, and guard your speech.
Welcome, Mr. Nayland Smith. And you, Dr. Petrie, to the House of Fools.
What do you want of us, Dr. Fool?
You and Dr. Petrie interfere with my plans, Mr. Smith. I have taken the trouble to warn you once. You failed to heed my warning. Now I must seriously turn my attention to you. You have presumed to meddle with the world scene. You have linked my name with the Young China movement, the name of Fu Manchu. I have nothing to do with China, Mr. Smith. Remember that.
But the black poppies, Dr. Fu.
You are an incompetent meddler, Mr. Smith. I despise you. You, Dr. Petrie, are a fool. I am sorry for you.
You needn't be.
So, I am determined to remove you both from the scene of your blunders.
Opium will sort to do the same for you.
That is a matter of opinion, Dr. Petrie. You may not have had the opportunities that have been mine for studying that subject. In any event, however, I shall not be privileged to enjoy your advice in the future.
You will not outlive me, Fu Manchu, and our deaths will not profit you in
Death will not profit. I have filed, and he has seen a wire jacket.
Your files and wire jackets don't impress me.
Perhaps not. You have seen a wire jacket, Dr. Petrie. As a surgeon, its function would interest you.
You have other pets which I have seen.
Pets? Oh, yes. My pythons, hamadryads, and my scorpions. But you have seen my scorpions, Doctor. My zayas.
Yes.
And have you ever visited Molokai, the leper island? My bacilli come from there, Doctor. And my black spiders that sit in the dark and watch and leap. So, you will have warned Sir Graham Guthrie. Tonight at 12:30, Sir Graham will die. You, Nayland Smith, were in Rangoon. You remember the call? Listen. It calls for you, Nayland Smith, and for you, Dr. Petrie. And at 12:30, in 3.5 hours, it will call for Sir Graham Guthrie.
Death or torture for us? Which is it, Nayland? He intends to learn our plans first. You mean you heard him mention his files, his wire jackets, torture? As I thought. But good heavens, this is England. Not too many years back, they placed men on the rack in England. I have one great hope, since you're with me. For the moment, try your pocket knife on the lock of that collar. I'll do the same with mine. No, it's impossible, Nayland. Listen. A light. Coming up through the floor. Someone coming up through a trap. Be ready for anything.
Dr. Petrie.
Carame!
Softly, Dr. Petrie. Make no noise.
My one hope realized, Petrie. She's come to save you.
The sound and he'll kill us all. One moment. I have the key which will release you. And you will be unsafe because you are his friend. Leave your knife on the floor. He will think you first enough. Now, down through the trap. Quickly. Close the trap, Milan Smith. Softly.
Where does this passage lead, Carame?
That I may not tell you. You must tie your handkerchiefs over your eyes and do exactly as I tell you.
Certainly, Carame.
Give me your hand, Dr. Petrie. You will lead Milan Smith. Come. Keep to the wall on the right. There is danger on the left.
You recognize the smell, Nayland? Orchids. The atmosphere of a hothouse. Great Scott! Sounds like a leopard, Nayland. Steady, old chap. Hold tight to Carame's hand.
Wait.
Eh? What? What is it, Carame?
The drums of fever.
What does she mean? The drums of fever. To us, Petrie, they can mean only one thing. Death. The shadow of Fu Manchu.
Shadow of Manchu. Based on the story by Max Roma. Attempting to warn Sir Graham Guthrie, British resident of Bhutan, on leave in London, against Dr. Fu Manchu, Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie are trapped by the agents of the wily Dr. Fu. Imprisoned in a cellar room, they are awaiting torture when Karame, the Eurasian slave, appears through a concealed trap in the floor and releases them from their chains. Blindfolding them, he leads the way through dank underground passageways and rooms toward freedom, when suddenly their escape is interrupted by the approaching sound of the low beat of a muffled drum.
The drums of Siva, Petrie. They're coming directly toward us down this passage. They'll have to go back.
No, quickly. This way. There is one chance. The door. Inside, quickly. Make no sound on your line. If we should open this door. Quiet now. They come. Thank heaven they have passed. He comes for you. Take you to his chamber of horrors. Quiet and follow me.
He doesn't suspect you, Karame.
If he did, Manchu, I would die. Suddenly.
And very horribly, no doubt. When can we take off these handkerchiefs?
Not yet. Only a moment more.
We're on the garden path, Petrie.
Be still. I'll not get out of danger. Here, let me help you. Give me your hand, Nayland, please.
Boat?
Yes.
Great Scott, Nayland, where are we? What stream is this? The Thames, the Tigris, or the Styx?
Oh, do not speak, Dr. Petrie. For my sake, if not for your own. You are still in grave danger.
This is a fantastic dream, Nayland. Yes. Blindfolded, silent escape upon a river, with a girl who might well have stepped out of the pages of the Arabian Nights. An oriental adventure brought to England.
England?
No, such things cannot happen in England.
This is far enough. Now, let me help you out. Careful.
What about these blindfolds, Karame?
Oh, not yet, please. Now, walk as you are facing. 10 paces. You will find yourselves on a path. The clock will strike presently. I rely upon your honor not to remove the blindfolds until then. You owe me this.
We do. You mustn't go back, Karame. We'll take you with us. Take care of you. You must not return to that place.
Twice I have asked you, Dr. Petrie, to take me from you. You spoke of police protection. You would let them lock me up, imprison me, and make me betray Fu Manchu. But no, it is too late. And your police, they are helpless against him. Remember, until the clock strikes.
Well, she's gone. What's her secret, Peter? Why does she cling to that monster?
Heaven knows. Thank goodness we can take these out now.
Where the devil are we, Nayland? Towing path on the Thames. Look over there. The moon shining on towers and battlements. Wait, when's the come? 10 o'clock. 2.5 hours to save Sir Graham.
Well, let's run for it. We may catch a train. Come on.
We're due at Waterloo Street Station at 11:51.
Just 30 minutes left to get to the other side of the river and reach his hotel. Nayland, what was that wailing we heard? And what did Fu Manchu mean when he referred to Rangoon? I noticed how it affected you. Oh, there was a ghastly business there in 1908. An utterly mysterious epidemic. And that awful wailing was associated with it. In what way? What do you mean by an epidemic? It began at the Palace Mansions Hotel in the cantonment. A young American was staying there. One night he went to his room, locked the door, and jumped out of his window. Broke his neck, of course. Suicide? Apparently. But there were unusual features in the case. For instance, his revolver lay beside him, fully loaded. In the courtyard? Yes. But was it murder by any chance? There were no clues pointing to murder. At the time, his door was found locked on the inside. Had to be broken open. But this whaling business, that developed later. It was only noticed later. A French doctor named Lafitte died in exactly the same way at the same hotel, though he occupied a different room. Now, here's the extraordinary part of the affair. A friend shared the room with him and actually saw him do it. Saw him leap from the window? Yes. The friend, an Englishman named Martin, was aroused by the wailing. I was in Rangoon at the time, so I know more of Lafitte's case than the young American. I spoke to Martin personally. He told me the cry seemed to come from above. Well, it seemed to come from above when we heard the Fu Manchu's house tonight. Martin said it was a clear, moonlit night. He saw Lafitte at the window, saw him look out. Suddenly, with a scream, he threw himself forward. Crashed head first into the courtyard below. What then? Martin ran to the window and looked down. Lafitte's scream had aroused the place, of course, but there was absolutely nothing to account for the occurrence. A balcony, a ledge by which anyone could reach the window? Nothing. But how did you recognize the cry? I stopped at the Palace Mansions for some time, and one night this uncanny howling aroused me. I heard it quite distinctly. I'm never likely to forget it. But what happened? It was followed by a hoarse yell. The man in the next room, an orchid hunter, had gone the same way. Fortunately for the reputation of the hotel, several similar cases happened elsewhere. In Rangoon, Mool Mine. They were all alike? Exactly. In every detail. The story got out and was fostered by some fakir that the god of fever was reborn. The cry was his call for victims. So, the ghastly business? Yes. One which led to an outbreak among the dacoits. It gave the district superintendent no end of trouble. Was there anything unusual about the bodies? Yes. They all developed marks after death as though they'd been strangled. These marks possessed a peculiar form. Were said to be the 5 heads of fever. The deaths were confined to Europeans? Oh, by no means. Several Burmese and others died in the same way. The call of fever became a nightmare in Rangoon. The new agent of death, Peter. Something born in a plague spot of Burma. The home of the inexplicable. Then heaven help Sir Graham Guthrie. We still have a few minutes, Peter. We can get to Sir Graham's room through the rear entrance to the hotel without being seen. Just a moment there. Hold on. Where do you think you're going? We have to get to the lobby without being seen from the front entrance. Lead the way, please. Ah, like that, is it? Well, now you'll get out the same way you came in through the rear entrance. Lively now. I'm the hotel detective. If you are, look at this. Oh. Oh, excuse me, Inspector. I didn't know. I'm Williams, sir. Take us to Sir Graham Guthrie's room at once. This way, sir. The freight lift will take us to his floor. Right. Right here, Inspector. Sir Graham's in his room? He's been there all evening, sir. Anything suspicious about the hotel tonight? Well, now that you mention it, I merely a sense, if you will, of something wrong, but something in the air that doesn't feel right. But nothing could happen in this hotel. I understand. That's why we found you in the basement, eh? You're giving the place a going over. Right, old Jim. My usual post is in the lobby. I suppose I should have stayed there. Oh, here we are, Inspector. Sir Graham's door. Well, what is it? Open the door, Sir Graham. It's important. Well, what do you want? My credentials, sir. Oh, Williams. Stay here where you can watch the lift and the stairs. Oh, police. Well, come in, gentlemen. Thank you. Switch off the lights, Beasley. Close the door and lock it. What's all this? No time for ceremony or explanation, sir. In a moment, the clocks will strike 12:30. At exactly that time, an attempt will be made on your life. Oh, on my life? Here at the top of the Savoy? That fact strengthens the danger, Sir Graham. Do you recall the mysterious epidemic broke out in 1908 in Rangoon, and the death due to the call of... Great Scott, what is that? The call of fever, Sir Graham. Calling for you. For me? The epidemic in Rangoon? They're the strange deaths, but they were suicides, Inspector Smith. No, they were murders. I know, but in every instance, the victims threw themselves in the windows of locked rooms.
And those windows look quite inaccessible, and the conditions are identical. Quiet now, please. And be prepared for anything. Strange, Nayland. I feel that peculiar sense of impending danger which invariably precedes a visit from Fu Manchu. Like the presence of death. Uncanny. Quiet. There it is. Nothing human can reach that window. Don't move, Sir Graham. Remain where you are, sir. I'm going to open the window. Come here, Petrie. Not too close. Get a tight hold of my feet, and don't let go. Be careful, Nayland. I'm no child. Miss, let me help. Then help Petrie. I'm going to lean out and see what it is. Petrie! Hold on! Hold tight, Sir Graham. They've got him. He's going!
The Shadow of Fu Manchu.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the Old Time Radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Zach Bromer. On their way to warn Sir Graham Guthrie of an attempt to be made on his life by Dr. Fu Manchu, Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie are trapped and held by the wily Orientals. Through the help of Karame, the Eurasian slave, they escape, and in a desperate race with death, arrive at Sir Graham's London hotel barely in time to warn him of his impending danger. Nayland Smith's warning is interrupted by the striking of the half hour past midnight, the time set by Fu Manchu for Sir Graham's death. It is followed by the weird call of Shiva. Cautioning Dr. Petrie and Sir Graham to silence, Nayland Smith opens the window and looks out. As he does so, he utters a strange, choked cry. He's going up. Hold him! Dangling tight. Light, Guthrie, light. Nayland, are you all right? Great heavens. Look, here around his throat. All right, quick. Yeah, get that rope off. He's choking. Good heavens. He had presence of mind enough to find his gun and shoot. He must have got the fellow, too. I saw him fall. Oh, yes. They were on the roof. Petrie, what? What, Sir Graham? Hurry. Unlock the door and get Williams, the house detective, in here. Right, Doctor. Williams, come in. That's right, Sir Graham. Did you shoot? No. Get over there and help Dr. Petrie. He got hurt, sir? Yeah. Walter Petrie. Thanks. Take this, Nayland. Just a step. There. You'll be all right directly. The roof? Still, where did you... We tried to get him from the roof. Great Scott.
And that was meant for me. All right, Petrie, old boy. I'm all right. Oh, a close thing, that, Mr. Smith. Devilish close. It was indeed. Thanks to you and Petrie. Well, we'll go down now to the courtyard. I want to have a look at the fellow. You come along if you wish, Sir Graham. You're safe. For tonight, at least. Well, Petrie, what do you think of that? The mark of Kali, there on his forehead. The man was a fancigar, a religious strangler. My unexpected resistance led the fellow to bungle the rope. You saw how it was fastened about my throat? That was unscientific. So I thought. True method is practiced by the stranglers operating in Burma was quite different. Yes. They threw the line about the victim's neck and jerked him from the window. Of course, a man leaning from an open window was naturally unbalanced. It would require only a slight jerk to pitch him forward. In Burma, no loop was used, but a running line. As the victim fell, the line remained in the strangler's hand. No clue, you see. That's why everyone, including yourself, Sir Graham, was misled. You saved my life, Inspector. You'd come 5 minutes later. But we didn't, Sir Graham. By Jove, I might have chosen my room especially for the business. The fellow slipped in late this evening. You, Williams, thought you saw him, didn't you? Well, perhaps I did. I had nothing to base my suspicions on, but I understand, Williams. But when did you first get the premonition? I was standing at the head of the stairs in the lobby. The party was coming up, 2 ladies and 2 men. Mm-hmm. Something seemed to be crawling along behind them, but when they passed me, there was nothing there. I couldn't be sure. I know. Those fellows are as elusive as shadows. It's positively uncanny how they're able to get about. But, Nathan, what is the motive of the call? Partly religious and partly to awaken their victims. Now, don't ask me how Fu Manchu has gained power over the Pantigar. That man has secret knowledge of things that so far we know absolutely nothing. And yet at last we're beginning to score. But your victory took you close to death tonight, my friend. I owe my life to you, Petrie. Once to your strength of arm and once because Kadame... Don't speak of her, Nathan. Fu Manchu may have discovered the part she played tonight. In which event, heaven help her. The net's closing in, Petrie. This must be the house where we were imprisoned by Dr. Fu. Yeah, let's hope for a big catch, eh? Yes. At last we're narrowing down the resources of Dr. Fu. I can hardly hope to capture him, but at least we can destroy his stronghold. And this certainly must be one. But can we be sure, Nayland? Well, on Weymouth's map, we circled a tract of country cut by the Thames, with Windsor for its center. Within that circle must be the house we escaped from last night. Of course. Weymouth and his men surrounded the place. Yes, it must be it, Petrie. It was made for Fu Manchu's work. See? An old mansion in extensive walled-in grounds. But, Petrie, look there. A gypsy caravan. That old woman on the steps. Little help she'd be. Weymouth and his men should be close on the house by now. Nevertheless, I want to speak to her. Maybe she has seen. I say there. Come here, will you?
What will you, Master?
You talk to her, Nayland. I'm going on. I'll be along presently. Oh, have you by any chance seen... Oh, I say. Petrie, come back here, quick. What is it, Nayland? Never mind me, Petrie. Catch that fellow behind the wagon. After him. Don't let him escape. It's a decoy. Right. Oh. There, my dear. There's no use struggling.
Let me go. I know nothing. Nothing.
Oh, no, of course not. But this time, young lady, I've caught you, not Petrie. Well, the fellow got away, Nayland. Got away? Where did he go? Well, since he seemed to possess the attributes of a fish, I couldn't say. He tricked you. What's that you have in your hand? Oh, it's a knife. Someone threw it and barely missed my head. Why, of course. He was in the water, not 3 yards from where you stood. You must have seen him. Was there nothing visible on the water? Only a wild fowl, nothing else. Oh, a wild fowl. That's an old trick, Petrie. What you saw was a decoy. The man's head was concealed in that wild fowl. The moment you turned your back, he stood up and threw his knife. Well, it's useless to look now. He's made good his escape. Well, I'm certainly not familiar with all the tricks of these murderous friends of yours. But why the devil are you hanging on to this old gypsy woman? Gypsy woman? Use your eyes, man. Here, watch. A wig. Karame. And the wet sponge will do the rest. This time, Karame, we have you. I say. Look there, Nayland. Smoke. Oh, confound it. Fu Manchu set fire to the place. And this time we were right. But of course, he's had plenty of time to remove his effects. The man's daring is incredible. He gives himself till the very last possible moment, and we blunder upon 2 of his outposts. I lost one, Nayland. I'm sorry. No matter, we have the other. I expect no further arrests, and the house will have been so well fired by his assistance that nothing can save it. However, we have here in Karame a lever which should serve to upset Fu Manchu's whole plan.
You need not hold me so tight, Nayland Smith. I will come with you.
What are you going to do with her, Nayland? Oh, nothing very drastic, old chap. After all, we owe her something. But she's coming home to Baker Street with us. There are some questions I should like her to answer. The Karameh, the man who was with you outside that caravan was in Burma until quite recently. He murdered a fisherman some 30 miles above Prome just 3 months ago. The British resident had placed 1,000 rupees on his head. Am I right?
And suppose you are? What then?
Suppose I place you in the hands of the police, my dear.
As you please. The police would learn nothing.
No, I suppose not. Karameh, you don't belong to the Far East. You may have Eastern blood in your veins, but you are certainly no kin of Fu Manchu.
That is true.
Will you tell me where to find Fu Manchu?
No.
Oh, I thought not. Well, I must make out my report, Petrie. Look after the prisoner, will you, old chap? Find out what you can from her. She'll tell you. I'll be in the next room. Why won't you trust us, Karameh? No harm can come to you.
You have been able to protect those others? Some of them whom he has fought for?
You mean that if you speak, Fu Manchu will kill you?
Kill me. I do not fear for myself, Dr. Petrie.
Then for whom do you fear?
And I was seized and sold for a slave. My sister was taken too, and my brother, a child. My sister died in the desert. My brother lives. Ah, it were better if he had died then.
What do you mean? You speak of slave raids in the desert. Where did these things take place? Of what country are you?
Does it matter? A slave has no country, no name.
But you have a name.
As Karameh or Karamani, I was sold to Dr. Fu Manchu, and my brother too. He has spent a great deal of money to educate us. My brother is all that I have left in the world, and he is in the power of Fu Manchu. Do you understand? It is upon my brother that the blow will fall. You ask me to fight Fu Manchu. You talk of protection. Did your protection save Sir Crichton Davy? You understand now why I cannot disobey Fu Manchu's orders, why I dare not betray him.
But he cannot revenge himself upon your brother when you're no way to blame. We arrested you. You're not here of your own free will.
Oh, let me go. He will kill him.
I cannot, Karameh.
Listen. If I tell you where Fu Manchu is to be found alone, will you solemnly promise that you will immediately go to the place where I shall guide you and release my brother? That you will let us both go free?
Karameh, Nayland Smith has often accused me of weakness where you were concerned. Isn't it my plain duty to put the case before him?
Nayland Smith?
Oh, you may rest assured he'll look at it fairly. He's honorable, just. I guarantee that if you speak before him, he will agree to your proposal.
You are sure?
I am.
Then call him back.
Oh, Nayland, come in, please. Yes, Peter. What is it?
I do not think it necessary to explain again, Dr. Petrie. Nayland Smith is a detective. I am sure he found a way to hear what I told you.
By Jove. Well, yes. I overheard.
And you will help me, my brother?
Yes. We agree. We'll let you go the moment you tell us where we can find Fu Manchu.
Then listen closely. On the bank, the left bank of the Thames, 5 miles below the mansion that was burned tonight.
The dacoits, Petrie. Put out the light, quick.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Romer.
Trapped by Fu Manchu and held in the Thames River hideout, Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie escaped with the help of Karame. Arriving at the Graham Guthrie's Hotel in London, they are barely in time to save him from death at the hands of Fu's agents. Later, with Inspector Weymouth and Scotland Yard detectives, they surround the Thames River area in which they believe Dr. Fu to be hiding. The cunning Oriental, however, slips through the cordon of police and escapes. Smith has captured Karame and taken her to Petrie's Baker Street quarters for questioning. On Smith's promise to rescue her brother, held by Fu Manchu as a means to force her to his service, Karame is about to divulge the criminal's hideout when the warning cry of the dacoits is heard.
Good heavens, the warning.
Put out the lights, Petrie, quick. How could Fu Manchu have known we had Karame here? It's uncanny, Nayland.
It would be if it were any other than Dr. Fu. Well, it's gone. All right, Karame, you were saying on the left bank of the Thames, 5 miles below the Byrne mansion, is what?
What will we find, Karame? You can tell us. You're safe here. Oh, come on, Karame. We promised to help your brother. We must hurry now.
Turn on the light, Petrie. Huh? Ha, she's gone. Slipped through our fingers again.
But she must be here. She couldn't have gotten out so quickly. She must be in the house.
Ah, she's gone right enough, Petrie. No use searching the house. She's as elusive as one of Fu's dacoits.
But she hadn't finished. She hadn't told us where to find him.
Oh, she hadn't meant to, old chap.
Then you believe that the tale about her brother is...
Rubbish. A red herring.
Oh, I can't believe she would deliberately mislead us, lie to us.
She's an Oriental, Petrie. When you know them as well as I... By Jove. That's odd.
What?
This piece of notepaper on your desk. Wasn't there before?
What is it?
The houseboat on the Thames.
The houseboat on the Thames?
Did she write anything while I was out of the room?
I know.
You recognize the handwriting? Look.
No, I don't.
Written hurriedly, unevenly, across the paper as though written in the dark. Great Scott, of course. She wrote this after the light was turned out, before she left.
But I don't understand. Why did
she was about to tell us where to find Fu Manchu tonight. On the left bank of the Thames, 5 miles below the mansion that was burned. The dacoit warning interrupted her.
And she finished by leaving us this clue?
Right. Well, I apologize to the lady for thinking her story rubbish to lead us from the trail. Old chap, this little piece of paper should mean the capture of Fu Manchu this very night. Come on, Petrie. Let's hope we're successful this time.
A dangerous business, Nayland. Our trying to take this monster alone. Wouldn't it have been better to have told Weymouth what we had in mind?
And have a troop of heavy-footed police stumbling through the dark? Might as well have brought the Royal Marine Band. Well, there's the light ahead of us. That's probably the houseboat. If we keep it straight before us, we can't miss.
He certainly has isolated himself, if it is Fu in that boat. Those cottages are half a mile behind us. There's another habitation between them and the river.
Wait.
What is it?
You heard nothing?
Nothing but the wind.
We might be walking into a nicely set trap, old man.
No, I trust Karame.
Come along, then. We're in sight of the Thames.
Thames. Have you noticed, Nayland, how Fu's activities center about the Thames?
Yes. Very likely his highway. His line of communication, where he moves his mysterious forces.
That was my thought. Remember Shan's opium den off Shadwell Highway, the Byrne mansion upstream, and now this houseboat lying off the marshes.
Yes, it is significant. Even if we fail tonight, the fact that he invariably makes his headquarters somewhere on the river will be a clue to guide us in the future.
There. That black bulk must be the place.
Bear to the right a bit. We'll reconnoiter first.
Dismal spot, Nayland. If it weren't for the moonlight, I'd be tempted to go back.
Yes, and yet it's bad for us, if anyone should be watching. That can't be her real name.
Eh? Whose name?
Karame or Karamane. That means merely a slave. There's the boat, tied up to that old pier.
And that light we've been following. It's coming from a cabin.
Softly now, we're close. Wait. Before we go out on that pier, look closely. You see anyone down there on the boat?
No, no one. Seems to be a ladder leading down to the deck.
Careful. Step as lightly as you can.
How the deuce are we going to get to that deck without being seen?
We'll have to risk that. Here's the ladder. I'll go first. Follow as soon as I reach the deck. Make as little noise as you can. All right. Come along. Oh, we've made enough noise to arouse the dead. Should have taken our boots off. Stay behind me. Here's the door. Open. Are you ready? Revolver? Come, pound it. No, I haven't got it. Well, I have mine, and we can't turn back now. Come on.
Sit still, Dr. Pooh. I have you covered. Put up your hands and don't try any tricks. This time the game's up. Find something to tie him up with, Petrie.
I would advise Dr. Petrie to glance behind him before he moves.
An old worn-out trick, Fu Manchu. I'd given you credit for better...
Nayland, don't look round. Keep him covered. The dacoit has a knife at my throat.
An impasse, Nayland Smith. You thought I was alone. So I was, but my faithful Lau followed you. I thank you, Lau. The honors are even, Mr. Smith, or are they mine?
Don't you move, Fu. I warn you, or I'll blast you to kingdom come.
And should you fire that gun, our estimable Dr. Petrie also dies. Again, I say, an impasse. Stalemate. May I ask how you discovered my retreat?
This houseboat has been watched since dawn.
So, and today you forced me to burn a house. You have captured one of my people. I congratulate you. But she would not betray me, though lashed with scorpions. I advise you to go now and set her free.
And if I don't?
Then someone very dear to her will die. However, the present situation calls for a suggestion. I know nothing of your resources outside this cabin. You, I believe, know as little of mine.
Come to the point, Fu Manchu.
Lal and Dr. Petrie will lead the way. You and I will follow. We will strike out across the marsh for 300 yards.
And then?
You will leave your pistol on the ground, pledging me your word to leave it there. You will further agree to make no attempt on me until I have retraced my steps. I and my servant will leave you. At the expiration of the specified time, you may act as you see fit regarding Caramel. Do you agree?
The dacoit will leave his knife?
On the ground with your pistol. I agree. Come.
No. Petrie and the dacoit first, then you, and I last.
Very well. It will be awkward on the ladder. I will accept your word, Dr. Petrie, to hold to the terms.
I promise.
You have heard Lal? Yes, master. Lead the way with the doctor. And here, Nayland Smith, we part. Lal, my friend, drop your knife. So, Mr. Smith, I have kept my part of the bargain.
Search the dacoit, Petrie. He may have a second weapon hidden.
No, nothing.
Now search Fu Manchu. You will permit, Doctor?
Of course.
Yeah, just a moment. No, nothing, Nayland.
Now, Mr. Smith, your part of the bargain?
I curse myself for a fool, Fu Manchu. No one on earth would dispute my right to shoot you where you stand.
But you will not.
No, I can't. There's the gun, beside Lal's knife.
Good night, Nayland Smith. Dr. Petrie, may you reach London safely. Come, Lal.
Great heavens, what an experience. And to think we got through. What the devil are you doing, Nayland?
You'd better do the same. Take off your coat and vest and loosen your collar. We have one chance in 1,000. Thank heaven we're both fit.
I don't understand.
Tonight, old chap, we literally have to run for our lives.
Eh?
East is the river, to the south, Fu Manchu. That last house at the edge of Lowe's cottages to the north must be our goal.
But that place is deserted. We found it so when we came out.
But it's our only chance. Perhaps we can barricade ourselves inside. Come on. Hear that? 3 at least. 3 armed dacoits. I'm afraid it's hopeless.
But your pistol. You forgot it.
No. A servant of the crown in the east makes this motto. Keep to your word, though it break your neck.
It's a mile at least to that deserted cottage.
And another quarter mile to any that's occupied. Ha! Our chance of meeting a living soul besides Dr. Fu's killers is practically nil. Save yourself for the first half mile, old chap. They've gained on us. They're not more than 100 yards behind us. As hard as you can go now, Petrie. Run! That cottage. Our only chance.
They're right behind us. I can't make.
You must. Run! Run for your life. It's only a step now.
The cottage. Someone just ran in. They've got us.
Come on. Only one. Come in, quick. Down, Petrie. Behind the door. They can't get in.
Great Scott. Over there in the corner. Someone...
Sorry, Petrie. We're in for it now. Down on the floor.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. On Nayland Smith's promise to rescue her brother from Dr. Fu Manchu, Karame discloses to him the temporary hiding place of Dr. Fu, a houseboat on the Thames River. Alone and at night, Smith and Dr. Petrie trap the Oriental. They are in turn threatened by the knives of Fu Manchu's dacoits. Escaping from the houseboat, they are closely followed by Dr. Fu's killers to a deserted hut. As Smith closes the door in the face of the pursuing dacoits, crashing pistol shots shatter the silence of the dark room.
Down, Petrie. One of those devilish dacoits is in this room. No. Those shots aren't meant for us. He's shooting through the window. He's shooting at the dacoits. Great Scott. Who?
Dr. Petrie.
Karame, good Lord. What are you doing here?
I followed you. You knew I would, didn't you? But I was forced to hide because of another who was also following you when I saw you heading toward the hut.
We thought you were one of Fu's dacoits, Karame. What's the danger to you, Karame? You shouldn't be here.
This is your pistol, Dr. Petrie. I found it in your house.
Oh, thanks.
They will return. You must go.
But you...
You have failed. I must go back to him. There is no other way. Please, hurry.
She's right, Petrie. Come along. Come with us, Karame.
No, I cannot. You must hurry.
Great Scott, look there. Two of them in the path. Dead.
Yes, but hurry.
Where can we reach you?
Leave that to me. Now go. I shall be suspected.
That's right. Come on, Petrie. Good night, Karame.
Goodbye, Dr. Petrie.
Nothing, Petrie. Absolutely nothing for the past week. I've covered every dive and den in London since the police found that houseboat deserted, and as usual, I'm facing a blank wall.
Well, perhaps he's left London, even England.
Oh, not Fu Manchu. He came here for a purpose. Until he's accomplished that purpose, he'll not leave. No, Petrie, he's in London. Under our very noses, probably, but where?
You must have some idea what you're after, Nayland. Else why are we disguised as Muslims? Where are we going?
I'm trying one last place that I've been to several times before. A combined Sarai and meeting place for Orientals. I don't know why I keep going there. Sort of hunch, I suppose. It's just around the corner here from Leicester Square.
Good. I feel a bit fidgety in this outfit.
Well, here's the place. Now, whatever you see or hear, show no surprise. Remember, you're an Oriental.
Right, old chap. Lead on.
What you want here?
Niharak Saeed, Yusuf.
Narak Said and Barak Smith City. I did not recognize you. Enter and welcome. The house of Yusuf is honored by your presence, Sidi.
You have many guests tonight, Yusuf?
Allah smiles upon my house this night, Sidi. Yes, there are many guests. You wish to see?
Yes, but without being seen.
Take us to the small room with the panel.
The room is vacant, Sidi. This way, please. The city has further orders.
None, Yusuf. You may leave us now.
Anna, I
You seem to know the old fellow pretty well, Nayland. Yes, through his son. I helped the young rascal out of a mess in Alexandria.
Oh.
I've been here several times hoping to run across one of Fu Manchu's men. So far, I've always drawn blank.
You spoke of a panel.
Yes, here. It'll give us a fair view of the main room, and we'll remain unseen. I'll open it.
Huh. Quite a gathering. Bit of the Orient in the midst of London, eh? Did you expect to find one of Fu's men here?
Being a recognized meeting place for Orientals, I'm certain that some of the Fu Manchu group use it at times.
Those two Chinese over against the far wall.
Yeah?
Do you recognize them?
No, Oh, a new arrival. Look.
By Jove. A woman. Fashionably dressed and certainly out of place here.
Crossing the room in this direction. Great Scott. Huh? Don't you recognize her? Even hidden by that thick veil?
Carry. Good heavens, what's she doing here? It's amazing the way she gets about.
At last we have something to go on.
Who's she speaking to? I can't see her.
Oh, neither can I. She's too far to the side and... Oh, she's going back, leaving. The man she spoke to. We've got to see him. We must get that chap. Come on, close the panel. Hurry. Come on, we're going into that main room.
The city is leaving.
The woman who just left. Whom did she speak to, Yusuf?
A stranger, Yasid. He has never been here before.
We must see him, Yusuf. Speak to him.
But he has already gone by the rear door.
Oh, blast it. Come on, Petrie. Around to the alley.
All right.
Hurry, down this alley. Oh, if we've missed the fellow. Here, the back entrance.
Huh? Not a soul in sight. We couldn't have been 5 seconds behind him.
Where the deuce could he have gotten to? He must have sprouted wings.
Couldn't he have gone with Karame?
She'd have had to wait for him to come out of the alley, and we'd have met him. Oh, I'd give £100 to have that fellow.
Well, we can't stop here. Let's get back to the street.
Yes, by the gods. Clues in this war with Fu Manchu are few enough, and through a tiny error of judgment in time, we bungle. Oh, well, come along. We might as well consider ourselves beaten and go home. The mere thought that our waiting at that panel a moment too long may have given Fu Manchu a victory is appalling.
Yes, it is, Nayland.
Although he is only the tool of the Black Poppy Society, but a tool that menaces the civilized world.
Shall we walk? Baker Street isn't far.
Yes. Oh, what dark scheme have we had a glimpse into? What state secret's about to be stolen? Or what servant of the crown is to be kidnapped or murdered?
Well, on this occasion, Nayland, Karame may not have been acting as his emissary. It may be that
bosh, of course she was. The person she spoke to received urgent instructions. His hasty departure proves that. And curse it, I never even had a glimpse of him.
Look out, men! For heaven's sake, watch where you're going. That car almost hit you.
That car, a Mercedes. Did you see who was in it?
How could I? I was hauling you out of the way. Nayland, you're in London, not in Burma.
Karame in that car. She threw something out of it as it passed, a folded paper. Wait a moment. Yes. Here it is. Look here.
Karame in that car? That's impossible, Nayland. She must have passed this spot long ago.
Ah, what the devil can she mean?
Well, if it isn't a secret,
Listen. Andaman second, white-haired Stuart. What does that mean, Petrie? Great Scott, she saw through our disguises, recognized us. She's given us a clue. I say, cabby! Baker Street, number 15. Righto, sir.
Well, Nayland, what the deuce does it all mean?
Andaman second, white-haired Stuart. Oh, hang it all, Petrie. It could mean anything.
Well, it's beyond me. Ever since we reached home last night, Andaman second has been dancing through my brain like a mocking phantom.
I can think of no one of any consequence in London at the moment that Fu Manchu would make an attempt upon.
Excepting ourselves.
I said no one of any consequence, old chap.
Uh-huh.
But you're right. I'll get it. Hello? This is he speaking. Yes, Weymouth. Who? Frank West. Oh, yes. Yes, we'll be right over. And there you are, Petrie. I knew as well as if I'd seen it with my own eyes that something was brewing last night, and within a stone's throw of us, 3 doors up the street. Someone has gotten at Frank West.
Frank Norris West, the American aviator and inventor?
Of the aero torpedo, yes. He's been offering it to the British War Office, and they've delayed too long.
Delayed too long? What do you mean?
I mean the potentialities of that torpedo have attracted the attention of our good friend, Dr. Fu Manchu. Come on, Petrie. We'd better get up there as quickly as possible.
Well, Nayland, from all the symptoms, he's been heavily drugged. I can't say what drug was used.
It's most extraordinary. He rang up the yard an hour ago and said his chambers had been entered by Orientals. When we got here, his front door was bolted, and his windows are 3 floors up. Nothing seems to have been disturbed.
The plans of the aero torpedo?
In the safe there, I suppose. It's locked. He must have taken an overdose of something and had illusions. However, I thought it best to call you.
Lay him on the bed. He's all right, Petrie?
Oh, I think he could be safely left to sleep it off, yes.
Oh, this safe. That's locked. Thank heaven for that. And the window.
You see? Too far from the court below to be reached by ladder and too far down from the roof. There are 2 floors above this.
Yes, too far. You've seen these on the windowsill?
What? Tracks, Nayland, eh? Some sort of a bird, isn't it?
I've never seen bird tracks like these, Petrie.
No, neither have I.
The whole thing must be an illusion.
Are these tracks an illusion, Weymouth? Petrie, somehow you must arouse West at once.
Well, if I knew what drug he'd taken. However, I'll try. My case there, Weymouth. Oh, thank you. You get me a glass of water, Nayland.
Right.
He was a hypodermic. It's possible he took the sleeping draught.
Now, here's the water, Petrie.
Oh, thanks, yes. I hope this does the trick.
And in a second. I wonder if we'll find the key to the riddle here.
By Jove, he's coming around.
The yellow face. Help!
No, it's all right, old man. I'm a doctor. Now, you've been ill.
The police. Have they come? The safe.
The safe is locked, Mr. West. The police are here.
No. The safe. I must see. Help me.
Right. Give me a hand with him, Weymouth.
Right.
Who else knows the combination to that safe, Mr. West?
No one. No one but me.
You are certain of that? Quite certain?
Yes, no one. Here. In this drawer. My plans. The plans are gone.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Rohmer.
Following their unsuccessful and almost fatal attempt to trap Dr. Fu Manchu in a houseboat on the Thames, Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie plunge into London's underworld in a desperate search of a clue to the elusive Oriental's whereabouts. Everywhere they draw blank, until Inspector Weymouth reports a mysterious occurrence at the nearby apartment of Frank West, an American aviator and inventor. There they find West under the influence of a strange drug. On being roused, he discovers the plans of his aero torpedo missing from a locked safe. We now find Nayland Smith and Inspector Weymouth questioning the dazed inventor.
It's positively uncanny. There's only one door to your rooms, Mr. West. We found it bolted from the inside.
I bolted it myself when I came home last night.
Well, it's utterly impossible for anyone to climb up or down to your windows. You are sure, Mr. West, that the plans of your invention were locked inside that safe?
Dead sure, Mr. Smith. I put them there myself, and, well, you saw me unlock it just now. Not another soul knows the combination.
Now, every fact you can remember, Mr. West, please. And be as brief as possible.
Well, I came in about 11, and having made some notes regarding an interview arranged for this morning, I took the plans out of the safe, went over them again, referring to my notes, and locked the whole works back in the safe. Then I went to bed.
You were sure no one was hidden in your rooms here?
No one. I searched the place. I always do. I went to sleep almost at once.
How many sleeping tablets did you take?
How did you know? Oh, that bottle, of course. Well, 2, Doctor. It's a bad habit, but I can't sleep without them.
And then you dreamed, eh?
Dreamed? I'll say I dreamed. But when those dreams merged into reality, I saw faces. Yellow faces. One was horrible.
What do you mean by horrible?
One was evil. Yellow, with a jagged scar running from the left ear to the corner of the mouth. That twisted mouth seemed to whisper to me words.
What were they?
I swear I don't know. That face withdrew, and somehow I got to my feet, or dreamed I did. You'll think I'm crazy, but I stood holding to the bed, trying to command my will, to break the power of those sleeping tablets.
And then?
Up in the walls of the room receded till I stood in the center of a room as large as Trafalgar Square. That window was so far away I could barely see it.
What else did you see?
An Oriental. He seemed to tower over me like a tree. I looked up to his face. I'll never forget that face as long as I live. The pointed chin, the great smooth forehead, the eyes, huge green eyes.
Oh, I thought so. Go on, please.
Vaguely, I wondered if I was awake or dreaming. I must have spoken aloud because a strange voice said, "Yes, you are dreaming. But at will, I can render the subjective objective." I couldn't have dreamed those words, Mr. Smith.
No. What happened then?
Well, then those green, blazing eyes stared into mine, held me powerless. They seemed to drain me of something vital. The whole room seemed to turn green. Oh, I know. You think it was delirium. I thought so, too. And then I saw words coming from my own mouth.
Eh? I think, Mr. West, you're a wee bit upset.
This will be outside your experience, Weymouth, but his statement doesn't surprise me in the least. I know what his experience was due to. Go on, Mr. West.
How I saw a sound, I just can't explain. I simply tell you I saw it. Somehow I knew I'd betrayed myself, given something away.
You gave away the combination to your safe.
By Jove, how the deuce...
Under hypnotic influence, Weymouth, the subject tells what's in his mind. I've seen it done many times in India. And then, West?
Well, then the room was empty, normal size. I dragged myself to the hall, the phone. I called Scotland Yard, and that's all I remember.
Andaman second, Whitehead Stewart.
What was that again, Smith? Andaman. I seem to recall hearing that word somewhere.
Last night? The Oriental spoke it?
I don't know, but somewhere.
When's the first train to Tilbury?
5:22 from Fenchurch Street.
Oh, too late. We'd never make it. Look, take a taxi and pick up 2 of your best men to leave for Shanghai at once. Charter a special to leave for Tilbury in 25 minutes. And have another cab wait for Petrie and me downstairs at the door.
Right. I'll arrange it at once.
And now that you can think clearly, Mr. West, of what does your experience remind you?
Why...
Now, think, man, think. The errors in perception regarding time, the idea of seeing sound, the illusion of the room changing in size.
By Jove, cannabis indica, Indian hemp. You must have had an unusual dose, old man.
Exactly. It's quite evident, West, that last night someone substituted hashish tablets for your sleeping tablets. Perhaps not pure hashish. Dr. Fu Manchu is a profound chemist.
But how? When? I was here. My door was locked.
You had a visitor during the afternoon, perhaps?
Why, yes, in the late afternoon.
It was a lady?
Well, quite right. Well, how you guessed it. Well, anyway, a lady whom I recently met came here to ask my protection from a mysterious man who had followed her from Charing Cross.
He was waiting for her down the lobby.
You say you knew the lady?
Well, I'd only met her casually a short time ago. Quite charming. An Oriental, I believe.
Her name was Kadame?
Well, yes, but how?
Beside the point, old man. You left her here alone?
Well, naturally. Well, I went down and sent the fellow about his business. At least that was my intention.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, the fellow had gone by the time I reached the lobby.
Or had never been there. And when you returned, the young lady had also left.
Yes. By George, outsmarted by a pretty woman, and I'm supposed to have been around. But just now, you mentioned someone by the name of Fu Manchu. Is that the thief I'm indebted to for the loss of my plans?
There's no doubt of it.
Well, I've had attempts made by the agents of 2 European governments, but an Oriental's a novelty.
This Oriental, Mr. West, is the greatest novelty of the age.
But how in thunder did he get into my rooms through locked and bolted doors?
We haven't time to explain that if we're to stop the men who have your plans. Come along, Petrie. We're going to Tilbury. There's only a bare chance of success.
Knowing something of Fu Manchu's powers, I can understand how he extracted from West the combination of his safe, but I can't see how he got into a locked apartment on the 3rd floor.
Yes, what's your theory on that, Smith?
Haven't you two figured that out yet? Don't the peculiar tracks on the window ledge mean anything to either of you?
Well, I suppose they do furnish the key to the mystery, but how?
Have you forgotten Fu Manchu's habits, more particularly of his pets?
Well, I admit, Neil, that I'm completely at sea.
And a man couldn't climb to that window no matter how agile he may be.
How about Fu's pet marmoset?
The monkey.
By Jove, old chap, I believe you've hit it.
Yes, they were the prints of a small monkey. For a moment, I thought they were the tracks of some large bird.
Even so, I'm still in the dark.
Of course, it's guesswork, Weymouth, but here's my theory. For want of a better one, it does cover the facts. It's contrary to Fu's character to keep any creature for amusement. So the marmoset would be trained to do certain tricks.
Ah, I see what you're getting at. The monkey climbed the water spout running beside the window, eh?
Exactly. You notice the iron bar across that window?
That's to prevent a window cleaner from falling.
Right. It was simple for the monkey to climb the water spout to that window, perhaps with a cord attached to his body, to climb to the sill over the bar and climb down again.
Of course. By means of the cord, a rope was pulled over the bar, then one of those silk and bamboo ladders. The scar-faced yellow man climbed up, unlocked the door, and enter Fu Manchu.
By Jove, Petrie, it is plausible.
At least until we discover a more plausible theory, Weymouth. Once Fu was in that room, the rest was easy for him.
And Kadame was once more the decoy.
Hers was the task to learn West's habits, to substitute the hashish for his sleeping tablets, and later to receive the stolen plans and deliver them to Fu's agents.
Well, she had no alternative, Nayland.
But Andaman, second white-haired steward. What could she have meant by that?
The shipping news of the Times will tell you that the Andaman of the Oriental Navigation Company's line leaves Tilbury with the next tide for China. Our man is probably a white-haired second-class passenger by the name of Stewart. That should answer your question regarding this dash to Tilbury, Petrie. Why the look of disgust, Weymouth?
I'm just wondering how I ever became a CID inspector. Inspector Nayland Smith?
Yes, sir. You followed my telegraphed instructions, Captain?
Yes, I did. We have 9 Orientals listed as second-class passengers. One of them has a scarred face, such as you described in your wire. He's listed under the name of Ram Singh.
And the other?
Well, oddly enough, we haven't a passenger aboard in either class by the name of Stewart, and none with white hair. I'll send for Ram Singh.
If you will, please. Oh, one moment. I'll go with you. Weymouth, see that your men here understand their instructions.
Yes.
All right, Captain. Oh, by the way, do you have a steward aboard with white hair?
Let's see. Why, yes, as a matter of fact, he's the chief steward in second class.
I see. And where would he be at the moment?
Well, he'd be on the docks in charge of second-class stewards who are helping the passengers.
Oh, thanks, Captain. On second thought, I'll let you see to this Ram Singh fellow. I'll stroll about a bit. I'll see you shortly.
Here he is, sir, Ram Singh.
Well, I hope you have the right man in this fellow, Inspector, for everyone's sake. The company will have a nice suit on their hands otherwise.
I'll assume that responsibility, Captain. Oh, you are registered on the passenger list as Ram Singh. Is that your name?
It is, sir.
Mm-hmm. The papers you and your master, Fu Manchu, took from Mr. West's safe last night. Give them to me, please.
Papers? Mr. West? Fu Manchu? I do not understand, sir.
All right, Weymouth, search him.
Davis, Ashley, go through him and make a thorough job of it.
I appreciate your cooperation, Captain. I hope we didn't delay you too long. You may sail as soon as we leave your ship.
I suppose you're taking this fellow with you if you find what you're after.
Inspector Weymouth will take charge of him.
Well, you were right, Mr. Smith. I think this is what you want. It meets the description of the packet containing the plans as given by West.
Mm-hmm. Very clever. Petrie, our friend Fu Manchu certainly misses no detail. Oh, yes, Weymouth. This seems to be it. Well, Mr. Davis, you and Ashley have been spared a boring voyage.
We're holding this fellow?
Oh, by all means. Turn him over to Davis and Ashley. You'll go back to London with us, Weymouth. We're not finished until we've returned West's plans to him. Come along. Oh, thank you again, Captain.
Well, Nayland, last we have to our credit one victory over Fu Manchu.
Perhaps, Petrie. Perhaps.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. While endeavoring to decipher a cryptic message given them by Karame, Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie are called to the apartment of Frank West, an American inventor. There they discover West drugged, and the plans for his new aero torpedo stolen from a locked safe. The inventor tells of seeing a yellow face in a vivid dream, and describes Dr. Fu Manchu. Nayland Smith is convinced that Karame's message must be a clue to the bearer of West's stolen plans. His theory is proven true when they discover a sealed packet, presumably containing the plans, and a second-class passenger of a ship about to sail for the Orient. We find Nayland Smith, Dr. Petrie, and Inspector Weymouth in a taxi on their way from Fenchurch Station to West's apartment.
I hope, Weymouth, you'll arrange to keep this out of the papers. Fu Manchu will eventually learn of the failure of his plot to get West's plans out of the country and into the hands of the Black Poppy Society in Shanghai. But for the present, he must be left in the dark.
Right, Mr. Smith. That means Ram Singh is to be kept incommunicado.
Temporarily, at least. For the time being, Fu Manchu must think those plans are on the way to the Orient.
Nayland, your attitude in this entire affair, at least in our recovery of West's plans, puzzles me. Now, back there on the Andaman and since, you seem to be vastly amused by something.
Now that you speak of it, Petrie, I must say I'm under the same impression. Perhaps I missed something again, but for the life of me, I can't think what.
We caught our man, found the plans all intact, and here we are. Now, somehow, Nayland, I feel let down. The thing came off too smoothly.
Without a single hitch, eh?
That's it, as though it had been rehearsed.
Perhaps it was, Weymouth. However, in this instance, I believe we were simply very lucky. Oh, here we are, back at West's place. I imagine he'll be very much relieved at the return of his plans.
Mr. Smith.
Hello, West.
Oh, gentlemen, come in. You recovered the plans?
Without a hitch, Mr. West.
Uh-huh.
Here they are, just as they were taken from your safe. Apparently, they haven't even been opened.
Thank heaven. I hadn't expected you to succeed, Mr. Smith. Certainly not so quickly. I'm indebted to you. More than I can say.
Say no more about it, old chap.
You see, these plans and specifications are practically the property of England. Seeing you all know what they are, I'll open the packet and see if it's intact.
Yes, please do.
Yes, this is the original envelope in which I placed... Great Scott! Smith, look here. These aren't my plans. Look, blank paper.
What? Possibly.
Blank paper. Do you hear, Smith?
By the saints, the devil got away with it.
Nayland, I felt all along we'd missed something. We should have examined the packet on the Andaman. We'd have
gained nothing, Petrie, excepting to prove to anyone who might have been watching that Fu Manchu had actually tricked us.
Will you explain, Nayland?
Ram Singh had at least one Confederate on the Andaman, I'm sure of. Perhaps more. Here, Mr. West. You'll find your plans in this packet.
What sort of a game is this, Smith? Where did that packet come from?
Wait, woman. I'll open it, West.
Yes, of course. Oh, thank the Lord. These are the plans.
No mistake about it?
No, these are the ones, all intact.
But good heavens, Neil, You see, Petrie, Weymouth, I knew before the captain ever brought Ramsing to the bridge of the Andaman that we'd find nothing on him. Or at least not Mr. West's true plans.
Well, how did you know that? How could you know?
Because I had them in my pocket while you were searching Ramsing. I had to let Ram believe I was satisfied with what we'd found and make no immediate examination of the packet. Which I certainly would have done, Petrie, if I hadn't been certain of where the real ones were.
I still don't understand.
Recall Carame's message, Weymouth. Andaman second, Whitehead Stewart. It took us long enough to guess what the first part of that message meant. I didn't fathom the last part until I had a talk with the captain, just before he went after Ramsing.
When you left his office with him, eh?
Yes. We all thought it might be a second-class passenger with white hair by the name of Stewart. But when the captain assured me there was no one of that name listed on the ship, the thought struck me that perhaps the word Stewart might have been misspelled and could mean steward. I was sure of it when I learned there was a white-haired cabin steward among the crew.
By Jove, I must say I never thought of that.
Fu Manchu did exactly as I'd have done under like circumstances. He covered the real bearer of the plans with a smoke screen. In this instance, Ramsing, whom he sent openly with false papers. The white-haired man must have been the person Karame met at the coffee house.
You found the papers on him, of course.
No. They were so sure of my being led astray by the false scent that they weren't particularly careful. I found the plans in the steward's cabin, in the most obvious of places, under his mattress.
And the steward?
I had him quietly picked up by a couple of Tilbury dock police.
Oh.
You'll find him at the Old Bailey police station. That man, Weymouth, must be kept hidden under any circumstance. Ramsing, you may let go whenever you like.
But he'll go directly to Fu Manchu and report the recovery of the false papers.
That's exactly what I want him to do. We'll continue to use him as the smoke screen. Dr. Fu mustn't learn of the steward's capture. You must believe him on his way to the Orient. Understand now?
Of course. We'll leave the gentleman in the belief that his man got through. But why didn't you let us in on all this?
Sorry, old chap. There wasn't time in the first place, and then...
pardon me, gentlemen.
Yes.
Hello? Yes, it's Mr. West speaking. Inspector Weymouth? Yes, he's here. One moment. Someone asking for you, Inspector.
Thank you. Hello? Yes, Wheeler. Lord who? Southery. I'll be along immediately. Stay there until I arrive. If we're finished here, Mr. Smith, I think you and Dr. Petrie had better come with me. Lord Southery has just been found dead at his London house. Come along. We'll get a cab at the corner. See, Dr. Thomas, the cause of death was due to heart failure?
That's my diagnosis. He'd later developed symptoms of angina pectoris, but I hadn't anticipated a fatal attack so soon.
Any other physician called in?
I did everything possible and sent for Sir Chalmers Cleeve, but the patient died before he arrived.
What time was that?
I was called near noon. I sent for Dr. Cleeve about 12:30.
How long had you been treating him for heart trouble?
3 months, to be exact.
I see. And you regard the circumstance of his death as due to that disease?
I do. Dr. Cleeve quite agrees with me. There's no room for doubt.
You, Petrie?
I agree with Dr. Thomas. There's absolutely no room for argument.
You gentlemen are with the police?
Inspector Weymouth will tell you that neither Dr. Petrie nor I are connected with the police.
But then, why were the police, Inspector Weymouth and Mr. Wheeler here, called to investigate a natural death?
Eh? But the yard was called. Correct, Wheeler?
Right, sir. The person who called shortly before 1 o'clock said he was Lord Southery's valet. Gave his name as Barry. I was given the assignment, sir.
Oh. Did you speak to the valet?
No, sir. I was let in by a maid.
I see. Let's have the valet up here.
Get him, Wheeler.
Right, sir.
I assume, Dr. Thomas, that this is the first you know of Barry's calling Scotland Yard?
It certainly is.
This is Barry, Mr. Smith.
Oh, Barry, who instructed you to call Scotland Yard and report your master's death?
Scotland Yard, sir? I don't think I understand, sir.
Then you did not call the yard shortly before 1 o'clock?
I did not, sir.
Then who the devil...
Just a moment, Weymouth. Tell me, Barry, at the time of Lord Southery's death, or immediately thereafter, did you see or hear anything unusual? Anything unaccountable?
No, nothing, sir.
No strange sounds outside the house, for instance?
No, sir.
How long have you been with Lord Southery?
10 years, sir.
I see. Thank you, Barry. Well, Weymouth, Petrie and I can be of no further help to you here. We'll be at Baker Street if you want us. Oh, I suggest you trace that telephone call. Let me know about it, will you?
Of course.
Come along, Petrie.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Thomas. Nothing unusual about Sothery's death. Ha! He just returns from the East and after a brief illness dies of heart failure.
But for that mysterious phone call, Nayland, I would diagnose it as such myself. Sir Chalmers Cleave is a great physician, yet he saw nothing suspicious.
If Fu Manchu is responsible for Lord Sothery's death, there wouldn't be anything suspicious to see. Fu Manchu leaves no clues. Perhaps this business is making me imaginative, Petrie. That there was a taint in the air back yonder at that house. Peculiar to houses whose doors bear the invisible death mark of Fu Manchu.
You believe he had a hand in this?
I'm as sure of it as if I'd seen him strike the blow. And now what to do? It's a torturing frame of mind. Chained and helpless in our ignorance, we are led constantly into dead-end roads. Petrie, I'm going to run over to the yard. That telephone call annoys me. I want to check on it myself.
Very well. I'll stroll on and meet you at home in an hour.
Right, old Jeff. Cheerio.
Dr. Petrie.
What? Why, Caramy.
Oh, quick, Doctor. Come around the corner. I must speak with you. We must not be seen.
Of course. What's the matter? You're excited, frightened.
I followed you. Here. This will do. You have often asked me to help you to trap Dr. Fu Manchu. I am prepared to show you where he is.
Trap Fu Manchu? Why,
My brother. You are a doctor. I want you to come and see him now.
He's in London? I thought you told me.
He is at the house of Dr. Fu Manchu.
And you want me to go there alone, now?
With me, Dr. Petrie. Fu Manchu is not there now. The servants are out. No one is there but my brother. Oh, please.
Well, of course I'll go, but why didn't you speak to me earlier? You followed me. You must know that Mr. Smith
Oh,
was...
yes, he was with you. But he would have considered only his own desire to capture my master. He would not have thought of my brother. A cab from the rank on the corner there will take us. Oh, come, Dr. Petrie.
Oh, I suppose I'm doing something very foolish. Oh, very well. I take cabby. Yes, sir.
Go to the lower end of Commercial Road, driver, near the new docks, and hurry.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Following the recovery of the stolen plans of Frank West's aero torpedo, Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie accompany Inspector Weymouth to the townhouse of Lord Sothery, who has, in a mysterious phone call, presumably coming from the Piers valet, been reported dead. At Lord Sothery's home, they learn from his family physician that the nobleman died quite naturally of heart disease. And the valet denies having called the police. Nayland suspects the hand of Fu Manchu. He accompanies Inspector Weymouth to Scotland Yard to check on the telephone call. Dr. Petrie starts for Baker Street alone. On the way, he meets Karame, who pleads with him to accompany her to the house of Fu Manchu to attend her brother. In the dusk of evening, we find Dr. Petrie and Karame approaching the waterfront abode of the sinister Oriental.
This way, Dr. Petrie.
What a maze of filthy alleyways and courts. You shouldn't wander through them alone, Karame. It's dangerous.
Be quiet, please. This is the place. I have the key. Come, Dr. Petrie. Quickly. We cannot make a light. Here, give me your hand. I will lead you.
Very well.
Now, be careful here. Stairway. and the servants were out. It is possible that one of them may have returned during my absence. Wait. No one here. Come.
By Jove, what a place. I've never seen such exquisite furnishing.
Oh, we must hurry. My brother is in the room beyond.
What's that?
Oh, it is nothing. Dr. Fu Manchu's pet marmoset there on the cushion. Hurry, please. Down this corridor. It extends the balcony across one end of the next room, and they look down into the chamber.
Great Scott. A laboratory.
And look. Down there on that couch against the wall. My brother. Oh, come quickly, Dr. Petrie. He lies so deathly quiet.
Wait a minute, Jeremy. Let me see. I'm afraid, my dear, there's nothing I can do for him.
No. Oh, no, he's not dead. He cannot be.
I'm sorry. He is dead. I'd stake my reputation on it.
Oh, no, you do not understand. You are a doctor.
There's nothing I can do, Jeremy. Nothing. The dead cannot be brought back to life.
But you must see. Oh, quickly. Up these steps. Fu Manchu has returned. Oh, hurry, hurry. In this little alcove. Here, behind this curtain. Be silent now and watch.
Fu Manchu.
On your life and mine. Make no sound. Now watch. Watch closely.
He's taking your brother's pulse. He's pouring some drops into a graduated glass. Now he's making an injection in the boy's arm. Look. Color is coming to his cheeks. He's moving. He's raising his arms above his head. He shows no more unusual symptoms than if he'd just awakened from a natural sleep. Look. Fu is leaving.
You see, Dr. Petrie, my brother is not dead. But without Dr. Fu Manchu, he is dead to me. Oh, how can I leave him when he holds the life of my brother Ali in his hand?
But how does he produce the appearance of death?
It is something in the wine. In another hour, Ali will be again as you saw him.
You must get me that flask or some of the liquid.
Very well. Wait a moment. Let her try. Here, take this. It is some of the liquid from the flask.
Ah, good. And now, when will be the best time to take Fu Manchu and restore your brother?
I will let you know. Do nothing until you hear from me. Come, we must go now. He's going away tonight, someplace to the north. But you must not come until I send for you. And now, good night. Oh, hurry. He may call for me at any moment.
That vial in my pocket containing a preparation unknown to Western science, I left.
Well, for a staid medico, Petrie, you certainly committed yourself to an unwise venture. Of course, we must arrange with Weymouth to raid the place at once.
No, Nayland. My promise to Academy must be kept.
That's your affair, old chap. I'll devote the whole of my attention to Dr. Fu Manchu. Look, Petrie, what have I all along maintained? That though she is one of the strongest weapons in his armory, she is one which would someday turn against him. I hope that day has dawned.
Nevertheless, we must await word from her.
Very well. Have you any idea of the nature of that stuff in the phial?
Not the slightest. I have none to spare for analysis. By Jove, if I only knew the composition of the drug which produced the semblance of death, my fame would long survive my ashes.
She said it was something in the wine?
Yes. It is, of course, some extraordinarily powerful narcotic. By heavens, Nayland, if his treasure of obscure scientific wisdom were thrown open to the sick and suffering, the name of Dr. Fu Manchu would rank with the golden ones in the history of healing.
And she said he was leaving tonight for the north, eh? Now, Petrie, I have an idea. Look up the next train for Lenich.
Lenich? Why?
There's the batch, all right, by your arm on the table. Look it up. I don't think we have much time to spare.
Oh, yes, here. There's one in half an hour, the last.
We're going to be on that train, old chap.
But why in the name of common sense must we gallop off to Lenich at this time of night?
We're bound for Stradwick Hall, the ancient home of the Sothery clan. There's a little problem I'm trying to work out in my mind. Oh, tell me this. Would you consider Lord Sothery the foremost construction engineer of his time?
Undoubtedly.
Greater than von Humber of Berlin?
Well, perhaps not, but von Humber has been dead for 3 years.
3 years?
Well, roughly that. Why do you ask?
3 years, I wonder. Petrie, don't think I'm trying to lead you blindfolded in order that later I may dazzle you with my wisdom. I simply fear that we may be going off on a wild goose chase.
Then why go at all?
The idea I'm acting on doesn't seem to have struck you. I wish it had. I'm sure it would argue in favor of its being sound. However, I'll explain later on the train.
Very well. We'd best hurry then. We have barely time to make it.
Your extraordinary proposal fills me with horror, Mr. Smith. As the trusted family solicitor, I must refuse.
Now wait, Mr. Henderson. Except the heir, who's abroad on foreign service, there's no kin to consider. The word rests with you. If I'm wrong and you agree to my request, there's none whose susceptibilities will suffer.
My own, sir?
On the other hand, if I'm right and you prevent me from acting, you become a murderer.
Heaven forbid.
Lord Southery was a lonely man. If I could have put my proposition before one of his blood, I have no doubt what the answer would be. You, as the legal advisor of the House of Southery, good heavens, man, why do you hesitate?
Well, it's irregular, sir. Utterly so. Besides, we've not the necessary power.
I am invested with the necessary powers. I'll give you a written order.
Utterly ridiculous. The procedure smacks of paganism.
Oh, you weigh a life against such quibbles. Do you suppose that granting my irresponsibility that Dr. Petrie would countenance such action if he doubted the necessity?
But there are guests in the house. Mourners who attended the ceremony today. He is barely being placed in his tomb. Those guests
need never know if we're mistaken.
You wish it kept secret?
You and I and Dr. Petrie require no other witnesses. You agree?
I've never in my life been asked to make so grave a decision in so short a time. It's preposterous.
Oh, we're wasting time, Mr. Henderson. Every moment now may mean... Great Scott, old chap, it's a matter of life and death.
So you say. Well, very well, I agree. Let us finish the business as quickly as possible.
You brought the things I wanted, Petrie?
Yes. The family tomb, gentlemen. I will...
Unlock the gates, Henderson, quickly.
Yes, of course. Witness, gentlemen, that I do this unwillingly, most unwillingly.
Nevertheless, unlock the gates. The responsibility is mine.
Oh, yes.
Did you hear anything, Petrie? See anything as we came across the park?
Nothing, Newland. You think he is here?
I'm positive that Fu Manchu was on that train.
The gates are open, Mr. Smith. And you better light the lantern.
Hold it up, Petrie.
Well, there we are.
Now, be calm, Henderson. You are doing your plain duty to your client.
Heaven be my witness that I doubt it.
Lead the way to Lord Southery's niche. Oh, we'll get no help from Henderson, Petrie. He's frightened to death.
There. The second one up from the floor.
Oh.
Yes, that one.
Come, Petrie. Help me slide the coffin out.
All right.
Now, let it down lightly as possible. There. That'll do. Now, the screwdriver.
If the British Medical Association ever learns of this, Nayland, I'm finished. Hold that lantern a bit closer.
Gentlemen, I feel a bit faint, if you don't mind.
Stand over there by the foot of the steps. This'll be over presently. There. It's open. Quick, Petrie. The syringe. Make the injection.
So, a blind step into the future of medical science.
There. It's done, Nayland. How long to wait?
It reacted on Karame's brother almost immediately. Not more than 3 seconds, I should say.
It seems incredible that he can have survived 3 days without food or water. Yet I've known fakirs in India. Good heavens. Look.
It's working. He's beginning to breathe. His heart.
Quiet. Fu Manchu is here.
No. Where?
There. At the head of the stairs.
Someone's coming down.
Look out, Petrie. Lackowick.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Of Fu Manchu, where he has gone with Karame, Dr. Petrie watches as Fu Manchu, by injecting a mysterious liquid, apparently brings Karame's brother back to life. Karame gives Petrie some of the liquid, and later he describes his experience to Nayland Smith. Convinced that Fu Manchu has caused the death of Lord Southery, Smith and Dr. Petrie have gone to Stradwick Hall, where they have convinced Henderson, the Southery attorney, that the peer is not dead, but merely in a state of suspended animation. In the family tomb, as Petrie injects the liquid given him by Karame into the arm of the apparently lifeless body of Lord Southery, Dr. Fu Manchu suddenly appears.
Stay with Southery, Petrie. I'm going after Fu Manchu.
Nayland, come back, you fool! Henderson, help Lord Southery. He'll be all right presently. I'm going after Nayland. Nayland, here, Petrie. Are you hurt? I saw you fall.
He had a dacoit with him. Look here.
A nice great Scott.
Near thing for me, Petrie. Barely missed me. Listen, that car. Fu Manchu's. By Jove, Petrie, we've lost him again.
But we've saved Lord Southery. Fu Manchu will credit us with a skill as great as his own.
We must get to our car and try to catch him.
Waste of time, Nayland. We have no idea in which direction he's gone.
I have a good idea. Stradwick Hall is less than 10 miles from the coast. There's only one practical means of getting an unconscious man secretly from here to London.
You don't think he meant to take Southery to London?
Before shipping him to China, yes. His clearinghouse, as you yourself once said, is probably the Thames.
A boat of some sort, eh?
Seagoing yacht, lying off the coast in readiness. Fu Manchu may even have had it in mind to ship Southery direct to Shanghai and the Black Poppies.
And he failed. This is a triumph for you, Nayland.
Only half a triumph, now that he has escaped us. But we still have one chance. A raid on the house in Commercial Road. Have you any idea when the word will come from Karame?
No, but because of her brother, she'll not delay. Oh, here comes Henderson with Lord Southery.
Seems, gentlemen, I am risen from the dead.
A weird moment, Petrie. A newly buried man speaking from the mold of his tomb. Lord Southery, you've been spared from the fate of heaven knows how many men of genius.
What do you mean, sir?
The Black Poppy Society lacks a Southery. But I'm certain that Dr. Fu Manchu was in Berlin 3 years ago. And without visiting the grave of your Teutonic colleague, who died under mysterious circumstances at that time, I venture to predict they have a von Humber.
Oh, by heavens, sir. You mean to say that von Humber's not dead?
I mean exactly that, your lordship. If you recall the circumstances under which he apparently died, angina pectoris, I believe it was, Petrie?
So the papers stated.
It's true. I met his physician in Paris shortly after his death. He assured me that von Humber had died very suddenly of a bad heart.
As I remember the man, he was strong and robust. Practically a young man in his early 50s. And his death was a great shock to his friends. He'd never complained of heart trouble.
By Jove, sir. Now that you speak of it, von Humber's doctor did say his death was quite a shock. It's unthinkable. Impossible.
Where Fu Manchu is concerned, your lordship, nothing is impossible.
But who is this Fu Manchu? Why don't the authorities apprehend him?
Perhaps, your lordship, that's the very reason they don't apprehend him. Because they don't know who he is, nor where to lay hands on him. I suggest that you guard yourself carefully. If you fall into the hands of Fu Manchu again, well, his futurist group in the Orient knows how to make men work. We are no other than a moving show of magic shapes that come and go, round with a sun-illumined lantern held in midnight by the master of the show. And in this case, Petrie, Fu Manchu is the master of the show.
If we only knew exactly who he is, Nayland.
Who is Dr. Fu Manchu? I've been asked that countless times, old chap. I don't know. Nobody knows.
What group can we hold responsible for the overthrow of the Manchus?
In my opinion, Petrie, Fu is one of the leaders of a group not yet ready to show its hand.
There's at least one thing we can be sure of. None of the 3 places we raided here in London were his headquarters. The opium den, the mansion near Windsor, the houseboat on the Thames. Can it be the place to which Karame took me?
Heaven only knows.
That place in Commercial Road had a look of permanency, you said?
Oh, very much so. Probably an old warehouse. Had that appearance from the outside, anyway. Inside, it was exquisite. I've never seen such oriental luxury. Rugs, inlaid tables, priceless hangings, bronze lamps.
Mm-hmm. And the laboratory?
I'd give 5 years of my life to spend an hour in that laboratory alone, Nayland. Hello. Academy? You... Yes? Where we left the taxi in Commercial Road. In half an hour? Yes, I understand. We'll be there.
Well?
We're to meet Academy in half an hour in Commercial Road. She'll lead us to Fu Manchu's house.
How many men have you here, Weymouth?
Enough this time, I hope. We have the place completely surrounded.
The river police?
Their launch with Mackay in charge is lying off the wharf. No escape that way.
I see. Who's in charge of your outside men?
Inspector Logan, one of the best. He has his instructions.
All ready, then. Come, Caramay. Lead the way.
You will keep your promise to me?
What do you want us to do?
You and Dr. Petrie must enter first and bring out Ali. Until he is safe, you are to make no attempt upon Dr. Fu Manchu.
How can we be sure we're not walking into a trap?
You must accept my word. Ali, my brother, is in the laboratory. There is only one servant in the house. He dare not enter the presence of Dr. Fu Manchu without orders.
And Dr. Fu, where is he?
We have nothing to fear from him. He will be your prisoner in 10 minutes, if you do as I say.
And the dacoit, where is he?
Nowhere near the laboratory.
I think I'd better come too.
As you please, Inspector Weymouth, but move quietly. If you are ready, come.
Let no one in or out of the place, Logan. Give us 10 minutes. If we're not out, follow. I'll see that this door is left unlocked.
Right, Inspector.
Come. We must not delay. Make as little noise as possible. Now, up these stairs. Then we will be in the house proper.
This is the outer room, Nayland. Beyond, the balcony and the laboratory.
Move softly across this chamber. We dare not make a light.
I'll use my flash.
Come, quickly.
At last. I stand in the house of Fu Manchu. A great moment, Petrie, for me.
And one we'll not soon forget.
A greater will be when we have Fu Manchu behind bars.
Caramay, where is she?
This way. Along the balcony and down the stairs into the laboratory.
Look, down there under that dim light. Is that the boy Petrie on that couch?
Yes. Caramay.
Make no noise. Come, Dr. Petrie.
Down these stairs, Nayland.
The boy's dead, Petrie.
I'd swear it.
No more so than was Lord Southering, Nayland.
Oh, be quick, Dr. Petrie. Awaken Ali. I am afraid.
Make the injection, Petrie. Quick.
Right. This liquid, Nayland, spells life for the boy, and I hope ruin for Fu Manchu. There. He'll be all right presently.
Oh, if it will only awaken him. You are sure, Dr. Petrie, it is the liquid I gave you?
Of course. See? It's taken effect already. A few moments, he will awake.
By the great Lord Harry, he's breathing. I'd have sworn he was dead.
Now, Caramay, where is Dr. Fu?
Yes, Caramay, where is he? Place seems deserted, not a sound.
Look around you. Raise your flash, Inspector Weymouth.
What? By Joe. Those shelves, that case against the wall, empty. All of them. The room is stripped.
The strange silence of the place is understandable, then. Our bird has flown.
Academy, you've warned him. You promised to help us capture him. You've deliberately let us...
No. Oh, Ali, look. He is recovering so slowly. Are you sure, Doctor, you've made no mistake?
His pulse is strong, his heart action normal. But you, Academy, have misled us. I trusted you.
Dr. Petrie has kept his word, Caramay. You and your brother are free. If Dr. Fu Manchu is still in this house, lead us to him.
He is here, and I shall keep my promise. But first, let Ali be taken out and placed in safety. Will you take him, Inspector Weymouth?
I'll turn him over to Logan, Mr. Smith. I'll be back in a moment.
Now, Academy, we've done our part. You must do yours.
Oh, please, lower your voices. He is near us, and I am afraid.
You have nothing to fear. But if you don't hold to your bargain, I shall place you in the custody of the police. Once more now, where is Fu Manchu?
Look, behind you. There at the end of the room. But do not enter that alcove. Even as he is, I fear him.
Come, Petrie.
We'd best wait, Nayland, till Weymouth gets out.
We've waited long enough. Here, this curtain. Oh, Dr. Fu Manchu.
By Jove, he's asleep, Nayland.
No, that pipe in his hand. Don't you recognize the odor?
Of course. An opium sleep. By Jove, what luck. We have him helpless. Come on, we'll take him.
No. Close the curtain. The police must get to him in some other way. They must take him, not you, Dr. Petrie.
Oh, Weymouth. What about the boy?
With Logan. He'll send him to the station where they'll look after him. And now, where's our man?
Here, Weymouth. Behind this curtain.
By the great Robbie Burns asleep. Oh, seems helpless enough. What's wrong with him?
Opium. A drugged sleep.
Oh, a simple matter to take him, then. Little did I think it would be so easy when the time came.
Nor I, Weymouth. But helpless as he is, I'll not be satisfied until you have handcuffs on him.
Come then. We've wasted enough time.
Dr. Petrie, no. Do not go in there. You must not. On your life.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Through the medium of the strange liquid given him by Karame, Dr. Petrie has brought Lord Sothery out of the state of suspended animation into which he had been placed by Fu Manchu. The cunning Oriental has again escaped the trap set for him by Nayland Smith after failing in his attempt to abduct the supposedly dead body of Lord Sothery, and has once more disappeared into the dark web of London's underworld. Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie, on receiving word from Karame, have surrounded Fu Manchu's headquarters with police, and led by Karame have entered. They are accompanied by Inspector Weymouth. In a curtained alcove, they discover Dr. Fu Manchu apparently in a drugged stupor. As they step into the alcove, a trap suddenly opening beneath their feet plunges them into a dimly lit cellar.
Oh, Petrie. Petrie, old man.
Here, Nayland. Tied hand and foot.
So am I. Helpless.
Where the devil are we?
Somewhere under Fu Manchu's house.
In the cellar. Great Scott, what a place. Huge. Look, down through those arches.
Yeah. A series of cellars, Petrie, under the entire building. And the stench.
Yes, hot and steamy. Smells of rotting vegetation. Something growing down here. Look on the floor and ceiling. Huge puffy things. What are they?
Oh, some sort of fungus. Like giant toadstools. Poisonous-looking things.
Yeah. What happened after we fell through the trap? I don't recall. Must have lost consciousness.
Lel, the dacoit, brought us here from under the trap there. I came to as he dropped me here beside you. Oh, there he is. Beyond the second arch. He's bringing Weymouth over here.
Yeah. Look how he avoids those plants, picks his way between them. Jove, what a situation. I must have been completely knocked out. I have no recollection of being carried here.
Nor I. I seemed to drop into a suffocating mass of something soft and clammy. Gad, Petrie, what a beautiful trap. And we rush headlong into it like children.
Even Karame seemed to have been taken in by it. Or
Or do you imagine she deliberately led us into it?
Oh, no. Her actions convinced me she knew nothing of it. By Jove, that devil. The depth of his cunning and his courage to sit there calmly waiting for us. Of course, he knew somehow that we were coming.
There's the dacoit with Weymouth.
I see. Coming through those toadstools. That room where we found Fu Manchu is probably where he does his smoking. And the trap was intended to protect him during his drugged sleep.
Smith.
Here, Weymouth.
Did the fall through that blasted trap knock you out, too?
For a few moments. Are you all right?
As good as can be expected, with a knot on my head as big as an egg and hands and feet tied hard and fast.
You don't know, Weymouth, what happened to Catamay?
No. At least she didn't fall into the trap with us.
Where are your men, Weymouth?
Logan will have us free presently.
I hope so, but look behind you.
Fu Manchu.
Unless your men hurry, I'm afraid they won't be of much help to us. They can't possibly get...
Gentlemen, again let me welcome you, Mr. Smith, to my humble abode. It seems, gentlemen, that you are much more worthy of my attention than I had at first supposed. But it is not too late to rectify that error.
Now that you have us, Dr. Fu, what do you propose doing with us?
That depends, Mr. Smith. However, a man who can solve the secret of my golden elixir, as Dr. Petrie has done, should be a valuable acquisition to my counsel.
I didn't solve your secret. You gave it away.
Gave it away, Dr. Petrie? I do not understand just what you mean. But for the moment, that is beside the point.
Then come to the point. My men are breaking in now, and when they get here...
Your men, Inspector Weymouth? They will not interrupt us. It is necessary, gentlemen, for me to learn immediately the extent of Mr. Smith's plans and those of Scotland Yard. Therefore, you live for the present.
And you'll swing in the near future, you and your filthy gang. I'll promise you that.
I think not, Inspector. Most of my people are safe on departed ships. I shall also leave soon. You gentlemen, excepting Dr. Petrie, will remain here.
I?
Yes, Dr. Petrie. You are returning with me to my home in the east. You will be made welcome there. Listen. Let them pound and pound and pound.
Hurry, Carpenter. Put some muscle behind that axe. It's been 15 minutes since they went in.
Yeah, this door was built just now. Jove, it's heavy.
Ah, there she goes. One or two more now, and we'll be inside. Down. In the cellar, then. Down those stairs. There's another door. Come on. Good job. That one was unlocked. By Jove, what a rotten smell down here. Use your flashlights, men. The place is as dark as Lot's pocket.
By Jove, Inspector. They've been using this cellar to grow stuff. Look, the floor and ceiling are covered with great toadstools.
Never mind that. Over there. Under those arches in that lighted room. There they are. Oh, what a stench. Hurry, Carpenter. We've got to get them.
Inspector Weymouth, it seems they have broken into my cellars.
Aye, and when they reach us...
Close the glass doors, Lau. They won't reach us, Inspector.
What do you mean, Dr. Fu?
You will see presently.
Logan, here! This way, man!
It is useless to call, Inspector. No sound can be heard beyond that glass door. But presently you will see your men and be powerless to help them.
Nayland, Weymouth, this room is soundproof.
Exactly, Dr. Petrie. And it is fortunate for us that it is. Otherwise...
Otherwise what?
This is my observation window, gentlemen. You are about to witness an interesting experiment. Something unique in the science of fungology.
An experiment of yours, Dr. Fu, should be quite unique.
Your attention, Dr. Petrie, has probably been drawn long since to the anesthetic properties of the common puffball.
Well, and if so?
Then you possibly recognize the fumes as you were brought here.
The odor of rotting vegetation. Those huge growths out there.
Exactly, Dr. Petrie. The cellar into which you gentlemen so rashly precipitated yourselves is charged with the anesthetic properties of the puffball. By a process of my own, I have greatly enhanced their value in that respect.
That's what strangled us, Nayland, as we fell through the trap.
Inspector Weymouth proved the most obstinate. He succumbed, however, in 15 seconds.
You fiend! Logan! Help! This way!
Save your breath, gentlemen. Though they can see you, they cannot hear. Dr. Petrie, note the white growth on the ceiling. It is a giant variety of my own culture.
More of your diabolical fungus, I suppose.
Diabolical? That is a matter of opinion. You are no doubt familiar with the death of the common housefly found attached to the window pane by a white mold.
I am.
I have developed the spores of this mold and have produced a giant species.
Yes. If we could only warn Logan.
Observe, gentlemen, the interesting effect of the strong light from the flashlights in the hands of those men upon my orange and blue fungus there on the floor.
Horrible, Petrie. You know what's coming?
Yes, we can do nothing. Those poor devils are doomed.
I understand now the reason for the dimly lighted cellar and why the dacoit moved so carefully through those venomous growths.
Fu Manchu, those men out there are blindly walking to some horrible death because they're doing their duty, following my instructions.
Yes, Inspector?
What have they done to you? Let them go.
Turn them back, Dr. Fu, before it's too late.
Turn them back, Dr. Petrie? By no means. We should then lose an excellent opportunity to study in detail a lesson in fungology.
Oh, it's useless, Petrie. The man's a devil, a poisoner. Compared to him, the Borgias were children.
We're helpless. Can't even warn them.
Look, gentlemen, watch.
Good heavens, those puffballs. They're dropping from the ceiling. Exploding.
Observe, gentlemen. Observe the symptoms of delirium. See how they laugh and swing their arms. Light. More light, Lal. Throw the switch to the arc light.
God. Look, it's raining puffballs. The gasless things seem alive.
See how the men tear their clothes from their bodies? See how they scream and shout? Too bad we cannot hear them. Soon they will be raving maniacs.
Petrie, Weymouth, keep his attention away from me. I've almost got my hands free.
Look, gentlemen. Look, a triumph. My process. The scientific triumph of my life.
By the gods, that fungus has covered them from head to foot. Clings to them like something alive. They're smothering Petrie.
We'd only shot that fiend when we stepped into that room upstairs.
They die. They die, gentlemen.
For heaven's sake, Nayland, hurry.
Roll away from me, both of you. I'm free.
Cut our bonds, man.
No time now. I'm going to try to save those poor devils out there. Now, Fu Manchu, may the devil protect you.
Help! Take him now!
He's no match for both of them, Weymouth. If I only get my hands free. No use, man. These ropes are tied fast. They've got him, Weymouth. They've got him.
No, Lal. Not the knife. The cellar. Into the cellar with him. Throw him out there with those others. Good. Close the door, Lal, quickly. Yes.
Great heavens, Weymouth. They've thrown him into that poison pit.
Now, you see, Dr. Petrie? See, Inspector Weymouth? They die. They die like flies in a trap. Nayland Smith is caught. Caught in my fly trap. I, Fu Manchu, am the god of destruction.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Having located the headquarters of Fu Manchu, through the help of Karame, Nayland Smith, Dr. Petrie, and Inspector Weymouth surround the place with police and enter. They discover Fu Manchu apparently helpless in drugged sleep. In attempting his capture, a trap opens beneath their feet, plunging them into the cellar below. Bound hand and foot, they watch from the protection of a glass chamber as police break into the outer cellar and are strangled by the poisonous vapors from huge fungus-like growths covering floor and ceiling. Smith breaks his bonds and attacks Dr. Fu, but overpowered, Smith is forced from the glass room into the poisonous vapors of the cellar. As he gropes blindly along a dim wall, fighting for breath, a small opening suddenly appears before him.
Mr. Smith, this way, quickly.
Carmen, where?
Here, give me your hand.
Oh, thank heaven.
One moment, I will close this panel. Now, quickly. Oh, those horrible poisonous things. You must get them off your clothes. Here, let me help you.
Oh,
Here.
that was close. Desperately close, Carmen. I owe you my life. How did you know?
I fell through the trap. I overheard Dr. Fu Manchu's instructions to Lau.
Oh.
I came down here and watched through that small glass panel in the door. I saw everything.
Oh. Those men, the police.
They are beyond help. They died horribly.
Oh.
Oh, but come. We must leave this place at once.
Petrie, Weymouth.
We can do nothing alone. We must get the police. Come, down this passage. Fu Manchu will not put Dr. Petrie and Inspector Weymouth into that cellar.
Oh. How do you know that? What will he do with them?
He intends for Dr. Petrie to accompany him to China.
And Weymouth?
He will be forced to disclose the plans of Scotland Yard with regard to Fu Manchu.
But he can't leave here. The place is surrounded by police.
The police. Always you and Dr. Petrie speak of the police. You should know how little Fu Manchu fears them.
Yes, but now, where are we going? I can't leave this house until Petrie is...
Hello?
Listen.
Hurry.
Quickly. We cannot go that way. He is coming.
I'll take my chances with him.
Lau is always with him. Come, we must go back. Hurry.
Can we get out this way?
Yes, by the river. It is the one way for him to escape. One path unknown to the police. Here, into this side tunnel. Quickly. We have no time to lose.
Here's the door.
Yes, that is it. It opens onto an outer stairway. Now, down the stairs. Quickly, to that small landing stage.
We're trapped, Jeremy. There's no way we can leave this pier.
It is his private landing place. Only those closely connected with him know of it. It is under the old commercial dock. There, at the end of the stage, his launch. We must hide there.
Right. It'll be the last place he'd expect to find us.
Now the launch. Quickly. It is our only chance.
By Jove. Concealed completely from the river. Oh, if I'd only thought of this. Here. Hide in this aft cockpit.
Shh. Someone is coming. Now, take this gun.
Quiet. We're safer here than anywhere else. He wouldn't dream of our being on this boat.
So loud. Please sit after there beside the inspector. Fasten them to that deck rail.
Great Scott, it's Fu Manchu. Weymouth is on this boat. And now, Petrie. Where's he taking them, Caroline?
There is only one place. Is not.
Where is it? How can he locate it in this fog?
It lies somewhere at sea, off the mouth of the river. Lau knows and will find it.
I'll take the helm out. Lay your port for the yacht. No light. The fog will cover our retreat, but watch closely for police launches. And now, gentlemen, I shall remove your gag. But first, let me warn you, one cry for help, should we encounter a police launch, will mean worse than death for both of you. I hope you will be discreet. And now, the gag.
Dr. Fu, if it's the last act of my life, I swear to kill you with my own hands. Nayland Smith was my friend.
His death, though a bit premature, was necessary, Dr. Petrie. He has disrupted my plans in England for the present. As for your threat against me, do not attempt it, Dr. Petrie. You will be the loser.
Master, in line, coming into others in the pub.
Shut off your motor. Let it pass.
Oh, there's something out there. On to ahoy! Your light!
Great Scott. The police launch, Caramay. That's Mackay. I'm going to warn him.
Oh, no. No, not yet. Let them come closer.
Go on running, like you fool. You want to be run down in this fog?
Away, Lau. Lose them in the fog, quickly.
On ahoy there! Heave to! We're coming aboard to look you over.
Fu is running away, Caramay.
Ahoy, Mackay! This way, man! It's Fu Manchu! Nayland! Come on, Mackay! Run him down!
All speed ahead! Watch the left one!
Dr. Fu, order your servant to turn back or I'll drop you where you stand.
Oh, Mr. Nayland Smith. I surely have underestimated your abilities, my friend. But do not be rash. I have in my hands a needle charged with a rare culture. A touch of its point, and Dr. Petrie becomes a raving maniac. Now throw that pistol into the water.
No, I'll kill you
Oh,
first.
do as you ask, Mr. Smith, please. It means Dr. Petrie's life.
Oh, very well. But soon there'll be a reckoning, Fu Manchu. There, it's done.
A wise action, Mr. Smith. And tell me, the party is complete as I at first planned. My child, you were not clever in rescuing Mr. Smith from my cellar. His, demise has only been postponed a little.
You can't escape, Fu Manchu. The river's crowded with police launches.
We have escaped, Mr. Smith. Presently, we will be at sea aboard my yacht and on our way to the Orient. That is, Dr. Petrie, Caramay, and I. Dr. Petrie shall be my honored guest. Together, we will revolutionize chemistry.
If I live, Fu Manchu, I'll never assist you in your infamous experiments.
And, Mr. Smith, I fear you know more of my plans than is good for you. I must learn if you have a confidant aside from Dr. Petrie. Where your memory fails, and my files and wire jackets prove ineffectual, Inspector Weymouth's recollections may prove more accurate. Lau, more speed. Do you hear me, Lau?
Caramay, my pocket knife, take it. You're closer to Weymouth. Cut his cords. I'll get his attention from you. You know very well, Fu Manchu, that I have no confidant. Not even Petrie knows my plans.
Perhaps not. Yes, we shall make assurance. Doubly sure presently.
Inspector Weymouth is free.
Meanwhile, Caramay, come here, my child.
No,
Come.
Go, Caramay. Weymouth and I'll take care of him presently.
What do you wish, Master?
Tell me, Caramay, what have you done with Ali?
Ali is where you'll never again lay hands on him, Fu Manchu.
The poison on this needle, Dr. Petrie, works quickly and efficiently. You have appeared to display an undue interest in my Caramay. You can never devote your entire mind to those studies which I have planned for you while such distractions exist.
The girl means nothing to me. Leave her alone.
But you, Dr. Petrie, mean much to her. And she is no longer useful to me, since she has decided to work against me. In the East, there is a saying, before casting aside a tool no longer useful, it should be destroyed. Caramay, where is Ali?
Wait. Whatever Caramay has done, she was forced to do. She's not to blame. Her brother is safe now in the hands of the police.
Say, you'll be Fu Manchu before long.
Watch out for that needle, Weymouth.
Behind you, Nayland. Going.
Caramay, cut Petrie's bonds, quickly.
Hurry, Caramay. Hurry.
Nice. Inspector Weymouth has it.
Untie the knot. I've got to help Weymouth.
And Nayland Smith.
He can handle the dacoit, even if he has a knife. Hurry, girl.
Oh, but the knots are so tight.
Oh, I Jove, the strength of that fiend. He's forcing Weymouth toward the rail.
Oh, this rope. Dr. Petrie.
Hurry, Caramay, hurry. Good girl. Now my ankles. Quick.
He's dragging Weymouth over the rail.
Hang on, Weymouth. The dacoit, Nayland. Jump overboard when he lost his knife. Grab Weymouth. I'll take Fu Manchu.
Not yet, Nayland Smith. I go, and Inspector Weymouth goes with me.
He's
Drag wave is over. They're gone. Take the wheel, Petrie. Swing the launch round quickly. Academy, find the light switches. That searchlight on the bow.
We'll never find them in this fog.
The launch has been running wild since the dacoit left the wheel. We must find them. They can't be far. Cut your speed and cruise back and forth. Academy, the light.
But they do not work. Cloud must have destroyed them.
Great Scott, no light.
I can't cut the speed. The throttle's jammed fast.
And this blasted fog. Where in heaven's name are we? We can't be at sea. There's no swell.
I'll keep circling around. Perhaps if Weymouth's alive, we'll... Good heavens, that laughter! Fu Manchu!
No, Dr. Petrie. Not Fu Manchu. It is Inspector Weymouth.
The poison needle?
Yes.
Then heaven help poor Weymouth.
The shadow of Fu Manchu.
This is Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Thank you so much for listening and watching and enjoying the video. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you did. It really helps the channel out. And again, if you're seeing this video on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, there are no numbers in my channel's URL name, then you are watching a pirated copy of my video where the thief has stolen my audio track and republished it with a different background on their channel. Thanks again for all of your support.